Hello and welcome to Live Coding with Gerph. All being well, today we'll have a lot of fun trying to make some icons render. So the goal today is to start out with building the icon rendering code from Riscos Pyromaniac, but in C. So we can actually use it on Riscos Classic, that is. That's the idea anyway. So we're going to be taking Python code that I've previously written that will render things, the text code that we wrote a while back, a few months ago, GContext, which is the graphics context code that we have for rendering general graphics and the like, and the sprite rendering code that we did just last week in the last few sessions. And that's the idea of what we're going to be doing. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get somewhere with that, and we'll have probably, if I'm lucky, something useful out of it. Whether we get that out today, I don't know, but I'm hopeful we'll get somewhere. And we're going to approach this very slightly differently to how we did before. So usually I sort of go over the what's needed and the like, but we're going to be much more descriptive and try and show all of the workings as we go. So please, excuse me, please ask questions as we go, and we will see how well we get on. It's possible we may fall flat on our face with this, because this is going to be a different way of doing it. We're going to try and use a lot more modern tooling to do this, and we will see whether we get somewhere with it. So, first thing is, we're going to start out not here. So this is my general thing. Got lots of repositories with lots of things in, and as people know, I've done lots of different parts of things. What we're going to start with though is the actual status here. So this is the Riscos status wiki that shows us where we're up to on the 64-bit conversion. So here's where it is, and if we have a look in phase 3, we've got 10% of this done. That's not too bad. Phase 3 is where we're actually at the moment. I know this is the one that I'm trying to get done. This is the one that should be trying to be done, but this is the bit where I'm doing now. And the reason that I'm doing things a little out of order in these sessions is because I am trying to make it a little bit more interesting by doing the graphicsy Wimp things, whilst in the background I'm trying to do some of the more low-level things if I can. That's the idea anyway. It's not perfect. We're not going to get everything done, but that's why, and that's why there's a like 10% we've got of this done. And all of this stuff is available to people, so they can have a look at it. They can go and work with it. They can see what's being done. Anyway, that's where we are at the moment. So let us have a see. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to reload this just in case anybody's talking, because last time we started this up and people were talking and I couldn't see a thing. So I'm going to just reload my page there and see if that happens. Right, in phase 3 we've got bringing things together here. And this is, yeah, nobody said anything, that's fine. So we've got basically pulling some bits together, trying to increase the functionality to a higher level. And there's lots of different areas that I wanted to do here, going to get done. We'll get to them, but right now they're not the interesting ones. Down here at the bottom though, we've done some of the text rendering. Hi Dave, Spanners. We've done the sprite rendering. We've actually done a lot of the fonts handling, I think. I don't think there's a huge amount more that needs to be done on that. So what's that actually say? This is actually mostly done right now as part of the text handling. So I think we might actually have to tick that one off. But that's not what we're aiming for today. I'll revisit that later. What I was looking for was the icon rendering part. So this is meant to be started in phase 3, as we said. We've got nothing done so far. And I have broken it down into many different sections, because there's a lot that needs to be done to make this work. It's actually quite hard. And one of the things we've got here is icon positioning table. So I have got a post there. If people want to have a look at it, I will copy that link address. You can have a glance at that and have a see what we're going to be doing. But I'm going to demonstrate it now. So if we have a look here, I'm already set up in the Pyromaniac directory. So what we're going to do is we're going to pyrodev. Is that the command I want? WX Windows, common environment, which gives me basic. Wimp Icon, which is a basic program. I should probably show you that actually, just to show you what it is. This is a Wimp Icon is actually one of the tools that's inside the Riscos examples repository. So we go to Riscos examples, GitHub. There we are. So this Riscos examples is basically when I've got some programs that are actually useful, I'll go and just dump them in here. It's like this demonstrates something particularly. And this is the plotting icons code. So that's the examples repository, if anybody wishes to have a look at it. But this is the code that we've got. And as you can see, it's telling you what it does. And it does different pages of information, which you can press space to step through. And there's a whole bunch of things in here it does. It sets things up, and we try and basically render lots of different icons. This is actually described by a data table that says this is what I want it to do, and these are the flags that I want you to use, and any validations, the text. What's the end one here? Flags to set, flags to clear, and that's right. So it does a lot of things here. We'll just run it. So pyrodev, that's the command I wanted. So we have to tell it where the resources path is so that we can actually get to the sprites. So this will show us the thing we're trying to build. So I can't point to you with my pencil, I'll need to point the pointer. So we've got the different forms here: filled, bordered text, filled bordered text vertically centered, filled bordered text vertically and right, just right, horizontally centered and right flag. This is all the different bits being set on it. This is with an R1 validation, an R3 validation, 2, 4, 5, 6, and then the pressed versions of those. This is using some colors. This is using the special Riscos 4 style color specification, so you can select things. That's with it selected. These are the faded versions, text versions, and then that's using the D validation to say what you want a password type validation on that. And these ones over here are doing the same sort of thing, but setting the sprite bit even though they don't have a sprite. So there's a slightly different effect on that, which just makes it very confusing. It's all fun. That's the first lot. This is when we've got just sprite ones, and with them selected, them grayed in the different orientations, and then text and sprite together in the selected states and not selected, and different ways round for it, and it's just confusing. So when you set the right aligned bit and you got text and sprite, it actually just swaps the ordering round. It's fun. Yeah, so that's basically what we're trying to get to. There is also the long text. So this is the long text organization, so you can have them left aligned, right aligned, and different things. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that it's not actually supported to have the different alignments on Riscos Classic, but I think we support them here. It looks like we do anyway. And then this is without the filling of the background and how that gets drawn. So there we go. Many combinations. It's kind of fun. So we're going to go and implement that. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go and start setting stuff up. So let's do that. Let's create a repository, shall we? So let's create somewhere to put this stuff. New repository. Riscos Wimp Icon Render. Riscos Icon Rendering. Ooh, can't spell. For the window manager. There we go. This is going to be public. We don't want to README because I'm going to start this out fresh. We're going to create the licenses separately anyway. So let's create a repository. Here we go. Reindeering. Yes, we should do reindeering. Maybe that'll be a Christmas thing. Okay, so we've got a repository. Copy that. Now, actually, no, git clone. We'll clone it into here. Clone it into here. Bum, bum. You appear to have cloned an empty repository. That is exactly right. Icon render. Right, we're in that directory. Now, the way I want to do this is to start out by giving some examples. So let's pull in the example code. So what I'm going to do is the GContext example code, this bit here. If I copy all of those bits to here, let's have a look. And then we can actually start looking at it in our proper editor, can't we? Oop, no, I want it up here, please. You can go away and I can have you. Right, so this is the examples repository. So all this does is it just sets up a very simple test, a main program that calls the test code here, which then goes and does some simple text rendering, some strings, and then some lines. Doesn't do very much. We just try and render some bits. So that's all we're doing. I'm going to go and make sure the license is set properly. Let's have a see. That looks good to me. Makefile. Let's rename this because we're going to have this as Wimp Plot. No, I'll just put Plot Icon. Plot icon because then it keeps it consistent with what I was thinking. We're pulling in the GContext library and we've got this stuff here. So here we go. That's the Makefile version num. No, still calling it GContext. I'll just replace that. GContext example replace with plot icon. Replace all. That's itchy. Right. Yeah. Okay. I'll do git status. Let's have a look. No commits yet. Lots of files. In this project, I want to create some Git management files. So we get the Git ignores and Git attributes files. So we have a look now in the status. We should see, yeah, those are vanished. So add Git attributes, Git ignore, code owners, oh, everything. Yeah, there we go. Status. Right, let's build it and see that we've actually got something. Oh, we don't want 64-bit. We're going to build 32-bit for most of this because it will work in 64-bit, but let's not complicate things. Okay, and then we'll test it. Pyrodev, bluex, common, command, af32.plotIcon. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Is it not called plotter? It's still got called GContext. Why is it called that? Did I miss something? Oh, because I only changed the comment. Well, there you go. I'm going to change the component name. Right. rm-rf o star and af star. Just delete everything and make it clean. Build it. Run it. Oh, yeah, we probably want to drop to a command line so we can see it, don't we? Right. So there we go. Ta-da! We've plotted some text with a limited number of characters. I think we put 5 characters there, and then we printed a full text. What you can't see there is the blue lines underneath it. So let's zoom that in. There's a blue line there, which is the baseline, and there's a line at the bottom that is the bottom line. So you can see how high this is. All right. Cool, huh? You're very excited, I'm sure. Right. Let's commit that as simple stub based on the GContext example. Simple stub to work from. Right. There we go. Now, next thing is we want to be able to get some types for the Wimp so that we know how to do basically icon rendering and the like. So the easiest way to do that is to copy some code that's already been generated. Now I have generated a C module for the window manager that is basically just a stub that builds the window manager. So it basically has just some SWI calls that just do nothing. I have that in a separate directory, so that's in my riscoslib parser code. This is all public as well. Parser, generated code, C module, templates, Wimp H types. So this file, is that right? Yeah. This file here has got a whole bunch of types for various things in the Wimp. Now, I have looked at this before and I've noticed that it was broken because I did try building this this module and found that it didn't. The generation hadn't worked properly. If you just scroll back there, you can see here it's got unknown type Wimp plot icon. Well, thanks a lot. That's not very nice, is it? I don't know why that is at the moment. I'm going to fix it later, but I don't know why it is. But what we can do is we can just change that to be a uint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this file into a h/types here. Yeah, and if we have a look in H here, refresh the window, please. Thank you. H types, yeah. So we've got a number of things that were, what was it? Unknown type Wimp plot icon. That's really not very helpful. So we'll replace that with uint32. There we go. Bing. Is there any more unknown? Unknown. Oh, I've got another one there. I don't really care about that one. Let's just get rid of it. Any more? Swap and task close down. We'll get rid of those as well. Task started. Yeah, these have all become broken and I'm not sure why. Looks like header base is not defined properly. We'll worry on it later. So that now is a header file. It includes studint, so it should be able to use all these and it should be able to work. Stick a Gerph in there. There we are. And what we should do is you should actually like put it in here to actually check that the header will work. So include types.h, and then we'll build this. Riscos build. Dun dun dun. It does not. Good. So let's have a see. If we have a look in here, we can have a see what has gone wrong. So line number 995. Wimp menu. Have you defined a Wimp menu entry before a Wimp menu? You have, haven't you? So if I just pull this type def up to here, that'll do it. Yeah, there we go. Right, and then try building that. There we go. That's all it needed. It was just a recursive reference. So there we go. We've got our types. Add h. There's a. Oh, I should push this as well so we can see it. Types. This is add some types that the window manager can use. We've pinched the oslib types. Type definitions. Ba-bum. Okay, let us push this. Push, is that right? Yeah, push. Push minus u as well. Right, if we go over here, we should be able to reload this and see that we've got files. Hooray! We could do with a readme, couldn't we? readme.md. Wimp Icon Rendering. This is a repository for the C version of the icon rendering. Commit readme.md. Oh, add it first, sorry. Readme. Wow. Oh, we could probably do with some CI as well to make sure this works. Git project create CI. Let's just put that in place so that we know that it actually is going to build. add.rowbuild and .github. Yeah, that'll do. So we don't need the GitLab ones. Add simple CI so that we test that this builds. Project for this. Push. And if we go back over here now and reload the page, we should see that we have a README there. We've got a license linked, and we should be seeing. It's not showing it starting running yet. Let's have a see. Yeah, there we go. It's running it. There we are. Oh, failed to build. Don't know how to build. Oh, yes, of course. So we need a little bit of special magic to make that happen. How did we do that? Oh, it's in. So we'll compare this repository to the Riscos Wimp, not GContext example, because the example has the how you build this. So that's come up in here, and if you have a look in GContext in here, we can see there's a little bit different setup early on. This purple block here that says obtain the archiving and then the GContext library. So there we go. Add that code in, and hopefully commit as a add CI to obtain GContext library. So we've had 20 minutes and we've done nothing but set stuff up. This is what you would normally do as part of like trying to get something to work. So I hope this is being at least a little bit constructive, even if it's a little bit dull. Little bit dull. Sorry about that. Now, the next bit is to pull in the Pyromaniac code so we can actually see what it is we're trying to build. So copy. I'm going to copy Pyromaniac / Pyro. Oh, I need to make a directory, don't I? Pyromaniac. So this is where it's going to go. And I want to copy Pyromaniac into. There we go. And we also want the Riscos directory in there as well. Okay. So now, if we have a look, we've got Pyromaniac in there, and Pyromaniac has got the two files. We'll just refresh this, we'll be able to see it. Refresh the window. Okay. So in here, we've got Pyromaniac, which is the back end part of this, that does like the actual emulation and a lot of the routing of commands and things. Commands in the sense of the Pyromaniac commands that make things work, configure things, disassemble, that sort of thing. And the Riscos is the actual implementation of things. Now, the code that we're trying to port is in PyMod's core code, Wimp. Which one is it? Plot icon. Here we go. So this is the plot icon code. There's some configuration bits here. One thing to notice here is that we've also got some different things of structures and some constants. We've got the constants in our header, so this is good. We pull in validation strings and we pull in the icon borders code. So there's two other little libraries here that we're wanting to pull in. This is some configuration we have. And then we've got some definitions of what icon data looks like, and how you can handle it, so we can understand what's there. We've got textual representations, a representation of an icon, and this is the magic that tells us how to draw it. So there's a little table here that says, if you see these flags set, this is what you need to change about the alignment when the text is set. And if it's a sprite, this is how you change it to do the alignment. And this is the text and sprite one that does it slightly differently. Again, slightly different. The values are actually explicitly stated in the PRMs. although they are slightly different for Classic because apparently they're still slightly different as well. So this is when there's text and sprite present, and this is alignment map for sprites when there is text and sprite. So this is what the text does, and this is where what the sprite does in those things. Little bit of a distinction between how those are done. And this is the actual icon handling code. So it's got things about working out what the window background color is, whether we've been hit inside the icon or not, working out what the title is, whether we've got a border, whether we're filled, text, sprite, all these things that tell us what we're going to do as part of the state of it. And then down here we've got a fill code. We've got some magic code that splits multi-line text because that's what we need for the L validation. Sizing the sprites, rendering the sprites, and where we position it using those values that we had previously. We've also got special configuration to draw things just as rectangles rather than doing the sprite part for when we weren't implemented properly. And we've got text rendering, which again uses that same table to go and work things out. Different row renderings, because when you've got multiple lines you need the rows to be rendered differently. Color manipulation, because we've got to handle the C validation. Selected handling, and the different border types which manipulate the colors slightly differently. And then finally the actual rendering, which pulls all these parts together. So if it's deleted, do nothing. Otherwise, work out what the bordering is, work out what the colors are, set up some bounds and position it within the window. Do a fill, do some border, work out what the borders will be. Render the text and sprite using those functions we had previously, and render the border. And this one is the actual handling for a plot icon, which takes the actual data and then constructs a render for us. So all of that is how Viscos Pyromaniac does the rendering of icons. It's broken down intentionally to make it easier for me to understand what was going on, and it was built up in small chunks. So that's how we're going to do it. In order to do some of this, we're going to want to get the validation string library pulled in. So I'm going to have to pull that in as well. And I'll pull that in as a clone, or should I pull it in as a submodule? Do you want to do it as clones or submodules? I'm not sure. Let's do it as a clone. Or if I do it as a submodule, it's all related and a lot easier to... Yeah, let's do it as a submodule. I mean, we can always detach it later. HTTPS... Oh, I don't know where it is. Submodule add. Yeah, I need to find it, don't I? Here it is. I found it earlier. I was prepared for this one. So that's the Wimp validation strings. I will paste that down here so people can see it if they wish to. It's not complete, this library. There's a whole bunch of fix-me's in there if we have a look at it. But it's also got a cache in there so we can actually do things. What have we actually done? Oh, really? It's not done. Oh my. I thought I'd implemented more than that. Seriously, is that all I've done? Oh wow, I really thought I'd done more than that. Surely I have. Is there another branch? No. Have I maybe not pushed it? Let's just have a quick look, shall we? /validations. I was sure I wrote more than that. Maybe I didn't. Okay, well, fair enough. That's not a big deal. This is the actual validation code, so it uses regular expressions because why wouldn't you? But it goes and handles escapings in there, manages to pass the border, the types of the borders, whether we're slabbing in or not, allow characters, passing the colors and things like that. So there's a lot of code in here, which really should be, maybe it's not even worth us having this library in here at all. since it doesn't actually do very much. I'm not sure now, do I? Well, maybe we'll just ditch it. Maybe we'll just ditch it. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm going to ditch it because although that code is actually quite useful. What's the cache do as well? Ah, the cache is the bit that actually handles finding commands and doing all the things and populating a structure. Ah, so I did implement more. So yeah, the cache is closer to what that validation string stuff is. So we have got some bits in here. There's a lot that's not extracted. We don't handle sprites. We don't do matrices. We don't do lines. We don't do keys. A lot of things that are not done. So this is going to be useful in here, hopefully. That window's not quite in the right place. Let's pull it up a bit. There we go. Right. So yeah, the validation. Oh, it's the wrong window anyway. This is the one I want. This one tab. This one here. So yeah, we've got a validations library there. Gosh, half an hour, still haven't done anything useful. So, have we committed things? No, we've not. Yeah, we're not going to commit the Pyromaniac as part of it. We're just going to leave that on the side, and we're going to use that as a reference point for things. Okay. Now, let us very quickly decide how we're going to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to define all that we're going to do here before we go and charge into doing things. And I'm going to describe it all nice and clearly, nice and easily, so we can do it. So, hello Riscos Tech, that's Martin, isn't it? So, if anybody else has joined us, we are starting to do the icon rendering code. At the moment we have nothing but a very simple stub that just shows us, oh hang on, did my CI work? No, it doesn't. Oh no, oh no. Still doesn't know how to. Must have been some more changes. Let me just do that comparison thing again. Let's have a look, because we want to be able to actually know that this is going to work. Is it the row build? Is it that we need to change? Yeah, there we go. We need that little bit of example code there, just to make things link together. So let's just put that in as well. I didn't add that submodule in the end. I cancelled it, didn't I? So I will add the submodule for the validation strings because that will be useful. Right. Commit -a. Add the validation strings submodule and fix CI. CI was broken because I forgot to point the library at the right place. Validation strings module, yeah, we'll call it a module, repository. May be useful when we come to parse things. Right, push that and then we'll confirm. Yeah, I'm going to pause you for an hour, please. Thank you. I will do my break in an hour. Spanner says he accidentally ate a whole pot of ice cream. Now I'm jealous. And Riscos Tech has got some food. I've just got a little bit of tea left. Yeah, well. Right, let's see if we got our build working. Well, no! It's still not working. Still broken. GContext 0 term. Have I pulled in the wrong version? Is that why? Possible I pulled in the wrong version. Let's have a quick look at that, shall we? So if we have a look in the GitHub here, workflows, CI. So we're pulling in GContext library number 0.04. So So let's have a look at that and see whether that is the latest release. It is not. Wow. Probably means that the GContext example doesn't work properly either. Diff. A CI that completes less than 45 minutes? What is this sorcery? Yeah. So, fortunately, my day job is to make sure that the CI doesn't take 45 minutes to run. That said, Pyromaniac's one does take 2 hours. So, yeah, you might feel that you've got a better job, better thing with 45 minutes. Fix the CI. Failing to use the wrong GContext library. Push. Go back over here again on the other monitor, and oh, it's GContext. That doesn't, it says it's weird. Yeah, okay. Oh, because it's GContext rather than the library, isn't it? Let's go here. Running, still running, still building. So there we go. So just to be clear, what goes on with the CI goes and builds it and runs it using the Riscos build service. When we're building things locally, I'm using the Riscos build environment, which has a lot of extra tooling in it. So it doesn't need to go and run things. It doesn't need to build things remotely. It can build them on the local machine. Right, and we're going to use a lot of this to make things work. Hopefully. 40 minutes, still not got anywhere. Let's start writing some notes about what we want to do. So, new file. Goal. What are we trying to do? So, start from the basics. The Pyromaniac, let's make this a markdown file. This is markdown file, good. The Pyromaniac directory contains some modules from the Pyromaniac project. Yep. And within it, there is a module, Riscos. So you remember where it was. Riscos, PyMods, Core, Wimp, Plot Icon. Is that right? Did I remember? Riscos, PyMods, Core, Wimp, Plot Icon. There we go. This is an implementation of the icon rendering. We want to create a Riscos C program that will render icons in the same way as that code. That's what we're going to do. We are using the GContext library for the rendering. This is checked. An example is in the current workspace and can be built with Riscos Amu. Okay. Oh yes, so we've got that. We're going to the validation strings will be can be handled by some separate code in the, what's the directory called? This directory, oh yeah, Riscos Wimp validation strings directory. This is partially implemented and isn't complete. Okay. Text is going to be rendered by another library. Initially, we'll just stub any rendering with some functions that do nothing. Yeah, nothing. We'll let them do nothing. Okay. And sprites will as well. So sprites are going to be rendered by another library. To stop the rendering with some functions that do nothing. Cool. What else? We're only going to focus on the, hang on, what was it called? This bit here. Plot icon library. Code. We won't convert much else out of the Pyromaniac source. Okay. Oh, except I did say there was something else in there, wasn't there? So we had icon borders. So we might need to convert the icon borders and the struct file. We will need to create, to convert over the icon borders handling code and the, oh, what was the other thing I just said? I've already forgotten. Oh, and the structs. Although the GContext spaces library has some of these values defined, data structures defined. Okay. We will create separate files for each of the parts of the implementation that are distinct. So we'll create stubs for sprites, sprites in C/sprites, and text in C/text, for example. Okay. We also have color mapping in there. We won't handle color mapping here. Stub that. We'll stub that if necessary. Oh, there's that configuration flags and settings should be placed in a structure, I think, so that we can change them at runtime. We won't change anything in the Pyromaniac directory. Okay. Oh, the configuration had something, didn't it? So have a look at the configuration here. I think we've got some enumeration. So there's some pools, there's enumeration, right? So values, or values that are indicated by strings in the Python code. Python code will really mess that one up. Will be C enums. Okay. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. Okay. Now I'm going to commit that and then I'm going to post it. So git commit, git add goal.md, git commit goal.md, and I'm going to push it. So created our initial planned goal for this port. This is what we're going to do first off. Push, and then if we have a look at it in here, we should be able to see it looks relatively tidy. Dum dum dum, goal. Yeah, there we go. That's describing what we're going to do. So now we're going to turn it into something that is actually something that an AI system can handle, because that's how we're going to do a whole bunch of this. So I have placed some types and constants in the h/types directory, file, sorry. These should be used in place of the Python constants and structures where possible. You should try to convert the code from the Python into a set of C files that we can compile and run. I want some tests in a separate file, like we have with the GContext, the test GContext source, C/G, test, not text. Hello, Helen Smithy. And please write some tests that will exercise the icons. The common background for icons is Wimp color 1. You may need to port across a little of the Wimp palette Python module, which is it's just called, yeah, Wimp palette. There we go. I'll call it wimp/palette.py Python module. Right. Text is usually black on this grey Wimp color 1. Okay. Right, how do we test this? To check the tests, you can run the program and take a screenshot. Yeah, I'm not sure how the best way is to do this, so I'm going to go and have to test this out. So let's try this out. To do it, we're going to go viscos. So viscos build run is what is part of the environment, part of the viscos build environment, and it can send files to the build service. So command is plot icon, and then I want it to screen save. Yeah, kind of like the command I've got there actually. Screen save a native image, native as screen, and then I want you to return that file, return the file screen, and put it into screen.png. Okay, do it. Dum dum dum. So this sends the what? Did we not build it? AF32. Oh, Yeah, that's not how you do it. Slash plot icon. There we go. If you send a directory, it copies it as the directory. So we're sending that over to there. There we go. So that's run the program and then displayed something. So if I do open, what did I call it? Screen.png. Yeah, you put it on another display, but there we are. It sent it to the build system and then returned it here. Stop it, go away. So we can actually see what it generated inside Riscos. So we have a way to send things back and forth. So I can copy that command line and say, you should use a command like that to send the built code to the server, to the build server, and return the screenshot in screen.png. Okay. When you have something interesting, show me it with host open screen.png. Use any skills that you think you might need during the implementation. Please tell me what you're going to do and then track things with a to-do list. Okay. Those are the instructions that I am giving the AI to go and do this. So I hope that all makes sense. I'm going to commit it so you can see what it is. Create the AI instructions. All right. And push that and then reload so that we can see it. Here you are. So this is our nice instructions now. I will paste that so that people can see what we're doing. So I've been quite descriptive here and said what we're trying to do and what I actually want it to aim for, but I haven't told it how to do it. There's a lot of skills. Skills are basically definitions of things that the system can do. So if I will go into the shell, so this is where we can actually run things in here. There are a lot of skills it can utilize. So there's a bunch of them here, which you can see. Allocating resources. This one here is one special one that I've created that's personal to me. It's not in the build environment. Skills about designing modules, how to port things to C, what commands Riscos has, the filing system, the output. If I actually put a -v on this, it will describe things a bit better. So you can just have a look at this. So we've got what the filing system is, how the output system works, text and graphics, how to reverse engineer things, how to use BBC Basic, how to use CMHG, using the libasm library for special operations, how GContext works, what makefiles are and how to build them, how to build strong help documentation, how to build use the tool tester tool, how to write some assembly, how to write some C code, writing C modules, which are a specialized version of that, how to write Fortran code, and how to write PRM in XML documentation. Finally, there's the writing Pi modules, which is how to build and test Pi modules, or the other way around. No, Riscos doesn't have an AI, but we use the standard AIs. Here I'm going to use Gemini. And I'm using Gemini because Gemini is free for a day's worth of, not a day's worth of work, but you have a small quota of things that you can use in Gemini for a day. So I'm going to start up Gemini and we're going to tell it to do this. So this is all running on effectively Linux here. I'm going to trust this folder. And I'm going to tell Gemini to go and do this. I'm going to tell it to go and do everything that's in the goal. And I want it to do it as a plan to begin with. Plan what we're doing and then try building it. So basically what we're trying to do here is to demonstrate that without too much intervention, a standard AI system, an agent, can operate on what we've told it to do. All right, so I've used 0% of my quota so far, so hopefully we'll be able to get through most of this using the free Gemini environment. Let's see how well we can do it. It's entirely possible that we may find that this doesn't work very well, but this is all part of the process. I have done lots of work with the AI. That's why I built all those skills. So we will be seeing things going relatively interestingly. As you can see here, it's looked for the files that we talked about and decided what to do here. It's basically it's doing a research to work out what we've got and so that it can plan things. So it's reading the various files. It reads them in little chunks, so you may see that it prints out the same thing multiple times. And in a lot of this work, I won't be doing anything. So I'm hoping that the AI, the Gemini system here, will take away a lot of this. See you later, Alan. Do feel free to watch it later. Hopefully you'll enjoy it, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, it might fall flat on its face, but we'll see how we get on. This is a near standard Riscos build environment. This is what you would get if you were to download it and use it, with the exception of the AI agent. The AI agent itself, you basically can just type Gemini and the system will be installed for you. And you can then just authorize it and log in. Using the free interface, we got words. We have lots of words. We have access to some of it, but we're behind everybody else because we're not as important. But we'll see. The paid interface is basically just a bit faster. I'm currently using Sonnet. Not Sonnet. Sonnet's the thingy. I'm using the Flash preview. You do get access to some more of the different models, but it really does depend what type of system you're using. So here's what it's decided. Here's the implementation plan, and it's put it in a location. Port it to the icon rendering to see in using the GContext library. Objectives. It's describing what we've done. Yes, Sonnet's Claude. I use Claude for a lot of things. Claude's a bit better at some things. I also use, I use Claude, I use Gemini, I use Codex. I'm also using Open Code using the Big Pickle models. I've also used Quen to good experience as well when Quen was free. But Quen's no longer free now, so that's been a bit of a pain. But you can also use other interfaces to be able to do this, which I am continually developing the interface in the Riscos environment to do this. So here's what it's decided. It says it's going to implement the icon plotting in C. This is what I've told it we need to do. Icon borders, basic part and color mapping, validation strings, partially via the existing library, some stubs for text and sprite, and creating a harness to validate it. Cool. I haven't tried Grok. Rob Speed has mentioned Grok, which is the meta version. I have not used that in the slightest. I'm not sure what it's like for code. To be honest, Codex is actually, which is ChatGPT, is one of the best that I've used so far. Claude second, but yeah. So here's what it's found. It's found the implementation, the primary source of logic, some types, some validation strings, and some GContext primitives. So what it's going to do is it's going to set up the infrastructure in some headers and some C files, try and sort those out. Then it's going to start looking at the validation string support, adding in some border rendering, Work out the icon plotting logic, considering the selection and shading. Okay, good. Integrating GContext for the rectangles and border drawing. Set up a test harness and then verify it, building it and then sending it to me to do. Here's its little to-do list. Does the plan look sensible? If so, I will proceed with the implementation. Looks good. Continue. All right. Everybody will have their own experience. It's all not Meta, it's XAI. I thought XAI was just Meta. Meta's the parent company. But anyway, not worrying about what it is. So, are we ready to start implementing? Here's the things we're going to do. It's just reported that again. Yes, and automatically accept the edits. Do it. Get on with it. So hopefully we'll get something useful out of this. It may not. It may fall apart completely. But we will see. So it's written a bunch of code there for stubbing parts of the text rendering code. We'll scroll up and have a look at that. So it's done some bits of code writing there. Nice and simple. There's the palette that it's pulled out of things. Bit more color RGB handling. Doesn't need to do that, I think. But yeah, bunch of bits there. This is now the icon borders code. It's now actually implemented parts of that and worked out how to draw rectangles and things. Okay. Implementing the icon plotting logic. Oh, look at that. It's done a whole bunch of things. Some rendering. Oh, hang on. We just jumped a bit there. It output a lot of stuff. It's doing it way faster than I can scroll. There's the icon border rendering, plotting icons. Some notes that I haven't done these things yet. Cool. Finalizing the build system and the test harness. Oh my gosh, it's already there. It's already at the point where it's doing things and it's asked me if it wants to run. Yep, do it. Hang on a second. Rob Speed says that Grok's been better than ChatGPT when he's needed to write parser in Bash for processing petabytes. I'm not sure Bash would be quite my choice, but yeah, that's kind of cool. Andrew's saying, I wonder if the 21st century of Dante's Inferno would be having tech billionaires' names for the various demons and lords of hell. It would be nice if you could just give it the entire source and tell it to convert to 64-bit. Well, possibly, but I've certainly done coding before. So Viscos Tech, oh hang on, it's saying it wants to make directories. Yeah, get on with it. Do it. Do stuff. It's trying to work stuff out. I'll leave it running, it's fine. So Viscos Tech says it would be nice if you could just give it the entire source code and tell it to convert it to 64-bit. So the experiment I did, so I could cancel what's happening now and just say this is what's going wrong, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just let it work it out, partly because it can do that. It should be able to do it. If it can't, then it should come and ask me, but I'll stop it in a moment. So if we just briefly pop over here, make me a module. There we go. Nope, didn't find it. It noticed that it needed to go and build things in the different directories, so it's now pulling some bits in there. Oh, it's got rather confused. We might have to give it a hand in a second. I think I might have to go and look for this. So github.com/Gerph/Viscos make me a module. Nah, that's not what it's called. Not sure what it's called. Repositories. I'm just going to search for make in here. Make me a module. Here we are. Yeah, so this is Easy Sockets built from source code. Oh, don't do that. So now it's got itself all confused and it started putting together separate bits in here. Stop. Right, stop doing what you're doing. Right, this is because it's not liking the fact that this is a submodule and the like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it what I'm going to tell it to do. Instead of trying to build those files from the source, can you please create symlinks to the validation source code? So in the C and H directories from the source in the Riscos Wimp validation strings directory. So it's going about it in a way that will work, but it hasn't known the right variable names to use and things. Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do. And then it doesn't need to do that, and it should be able to. Yeah, it put them in .c files. There we go. It's now trying to build some things. And it's getting some errors, which is good. Right, so as I was saying, this repository here, if we have a look in here, there's a history of it. And right back at the very beginning, this was basically using Gemini. We started out by giving it just the ARM module, just the Easy Sockets module, and said, work out what's there and build it. Oh, you've got very... What are you doing? You're having difficulty trying to get this built. Stop. Right, let me see what I can do. Right. You don't need that. C colon is fine. Let me build it for a moment and then we'll get it working. Okay. Riscos Amu. What happens when we try to do this? Include text.h wouldn't open. LSH. Text.h. Because you've called it text.h, you stupid thing. Rename h slash s slash dot h. Remove the dot h from the end of things. In forcing. In h slash star. Right. And replace all the dot c's in the c dot c slash star. LSH, LSC. Okay. Now try building it. Okay, it can now find things. Right. I have fixed the includes. Please remember you were told that file names in the dots in the C and H directories do not have extensions. Reread your skills for C code and the Riscos file system if you are unsure. There you go. Tell it off. A lot of the time, what we want to do is we want to treat the AI as a junior engineer, one that can go a little bit crazy and go off on its own. But it is clever. It is able to go and do really clever things and know what to do if you give it the right instructions. So hopefully now it will realize that it didn't need the color definitions because they're already in GContext. If it doesn't, I'll go and tell it that. So to save your quota, it's often useful to stop things early and say, this is what you need to do, so it doesn't go off and learn to do things the wrong way. but I'm going to try and leave it to itself to try and do that. I'm not sure that it's going to get there. It has actually decided that it's going to look for GContext. I may have to go and stop it and tell it what's wrong, just because this is silly. Okay, stop. The libraries are in viscos built export lib. You will find GContext in there, and the color RGB is already defined in the GContext.h file there. I think that's right. Yes, so as I was saying, the Easy Socket module. First, we started out by giving it just the ARM module. And it managed to extract out some SWIs and command stubs and implemented some bits. Then it completed those. I gave it a little bit more guidance on that. It didn't do a great job, so I gave it a bit more help and told it how to disassemble things. I then told it, God, where's that gone? I've lost it. Third one there, please. That one. There's quite a bit missing, so I prompted it a bit more about disassembly. Then I gave it the documentation for what it needed to do, and it went and started implementing that. And then finally, I gave it the source code, and then realized I'd given it the wrong source code and gave it some later source code. And then I told it to go and build some documentation and things. And what we have at the end of it is a module. It has built a module just fine. I say just fine, but it's been built that and been able to do the code that way. No, stop. You're now looking in the teletext libraries. That's really not what I wanted it to do. In fact, I'm not even sure how it's got to the source code in there. That shouldn't have been in there. But no matter, this is the one it wants. Shell's not awaiting input, you're okay. Just let it find things. So, whilst it's doing that, let's refresh this window and we can see that it's built, whoa, a whole bunch of things. So we've got the sprite handling, which is just dummied. Text handling, dummied. Plot icon. Plot icon, it's turned that mapping table into a set of code. Yeah, fair enough, not too bad there. And same as the sprite alignment and the rendering code. Get the data, work out the default colors. This looks very similar to the Python code. Do some filling, work out what the boxes are, sizing, do a render, and then put the text in. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, can I stop you there? Okay. The GContext header is here. It said it was waiting for input, but it wasn't, because it was just a find command. Oh, it might not be just, it might have been waiting for it. Oh, it could have been nasty. I don't know. When it finds that there's no output for a while, it basically assumes that it's waiting for input. Do you want to allow this to read? Yes, I do. I'm going to go and quickly just have a look in the shell. A quick look in that directory. Viscos build sources. Why has it got a full sources directory in there? It shouldn't have that. Or maybe it should, I don't know. But trying to search that entire source tree is not helpful. There we go. It's finally decided to go and remove those bits. Here we are. So I was expecting this process to take probably about 40 minutes or so for it to sort of work through this and go back and forth on it. Mostly because the command line, the interface for the Riscos stuff is a little bit alien to it. Usually it gets the hang of it quite well. Seems to have struggled a bit here, but yeah, we'll see how we get on. Let's read the C files. That's the icon borders file. Where's that? That one there. Yeah, so this is the one that's got, it's got a table here that shows various things about it from the system. And now it's trying to build it. It has now realized that it's C89 code. It has been told. What did you have to throw at the AI to learn about Riscos? So the AI hasn't learnt about Riscos so much as I've given it skills so that when it needs to use information about things, it can use those skills. So I'll give you a quick example of those skills if I can. So if we do AI skills here, we can see what skills are available. And these are in etc. agent skills, I think. Agent skills, there we go. So if we have a look in here, so let's take, for example, the writing C skill here. And we can have a look at that. So this is basically, this is a coding guidance and for writing C code. And I've told it where things live and that they don't have an extension. This is what they look like, this is how they are. This is wrong and this is right. And if it was reading it properly, it would have known that. I don't know that it has done that, but this is what it learns, and it goes, I know how to do these things now. But it doesn't know all these things automatically. It just knows these are things that I can get to. So this is how things should be styled, and this is how we can link things. This is when things go wrong. So I've built these instructions up over time to basically know how Riscos works and so that it can work with it well. Ooh, it's having fun here. What was it trying to do there? Oh, it was trying to use GCC style or later version of C style initializers. I don't think it's actually read the skills. Please use the skills for writing C and for writing C, the skill for writing C, and the Riscos file system if you have not already. No, they should have .h's on them. No, it should be just fine to do that. It honestly should be. If it's not getting anywhere, if it's not listening to me, I think it's queued that for later. Right, stop. Yeah, because it hasn't prompted me for any skill uses. That's an internal error. So that is what you get when when Gemini the agent starts talking to the back end and things don't go well. Please continue your implementation. Yes, we're going to have to use a hammer on this. Let's see what we can do. What file was it editing? It was definitely going very screwy. All of them, it edited it. Oh, stupid thing. Text. Did it actually edit that, or was it putting it back? I think it was putting it back, wasn't it? Yeah, no, it was taking it away. Test icon. Refresh. test icon. No, that should be palette.h. You just went a bit nuts, didn't you? Why did you go so crazy? Should we try just building it and seeing what happens? Yeah, let's try building it and seeing what happens. Stop that. Okay. Riscos Amu, because I can fix some things. Types.h, palette.h, right, in hplot icon. There we go. Right. .h. I'm going to actually just build it inside here and see if that'll give me a clue where things have gone wrong. Right, that icon there, type def using expression context. That's a C89. Let's just move things around quickly. Just give it a bit more of a hint on getting stuff done. Oh, okay, that was all it needed. All right, we can tell it to continue now. I've fixed the include problems. Please continue with the implementation. Now, it's unnecessary to say please. This, what? Okay, let's drop out of there and then restart. Let's see if we can get it back into a working state. I haven't had Gemini die in this way for quite some time. It doesn't, I don't think it means anything I've done. Please continue. I think this looks like it's, yeah. Okay, go for that. Whilst it's doing that, I can actually quickly test it. Pyrodev. Is that the command I wanted? Well, that's something. I mean, it's not like wonderful or anything, but it's something. Oh, action required. What we got? Yes, you're allowed. I'm wrapping up the implementation. My focus on addressing the to-do items in plot icon. Okay. Also ensuring that C89 compliance is met regarding the verbal declarations, blah, 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 blah. Final verification. It's going to run it. Right, so this is going to send it off to the build service to execute it and then come back. Let's put it over on this window. So this is the what it's given us. Analyzing the results. I'm currently reviewing the screenshots to see what's happened. Okay. And now it's decided it's going to go and put some dummy text into there. I told it not to stub it, but well, fair enough. Excuse me, did you not? Yes, get on with it, please. So I have thrown, the other thing that Riscos Tech asked was, what did I throw to it? Throw at it. So I have now built quite a number of modules, quite a number of different tools, and I've got it to actually build its own tooling at times to be able to do this. There's more that are fixed that I clearly missed. Just to see what happens. And I've also told it to port things from other operating systems, so porting POSIX code as well, so we can actually see what's going on. A lot of the time this works, doesn't always, but look at that, it managed to build something. Oh, well, look at that. What do you reckon? I mean, it's not right, but it's at least something. I've confirmed that the rendering is correct. Now I'm doing sprite rendering. Yeah, okay, fine. It's just going to do a rectangle fill for those. Okay. Oop. Here we are. We've now got that. It's getting better. There's an issue with the text rendering the combined sprites. Adjusting bounds X work to the left, but the icon width calculation is missing. And we find this by recalculating after any bounds adjustments. Okay. I'm not sure what that fixed, but this is the new image. I've confirmed that test 7 is now rendering correctly on both the text and sprite. It's next test the to-do implementing validation for colors. So this is the color validation checks. So it can put some C's in there and things. It's now constructing them into an array. So it took me quite a long time to get the Python version working, but as I iterated on that test, I could basically work on it quite quickly because it was Python code, and I could see that it was working and that things were doing the right sort of behavior. Look at that, we've now got 24-bit color working. It's pretty neat, isn't it? We don't need the test GContext because we've now got our own tests. Okay. Correctly displays green text and a purple. No, it doesn't. That's not green text on a purple background. That's blue text on a green background. I'll allow that, but we're going to come back to that, mate. I've addressed the problems, made significant progress on it. I'm currently verifying the program's overall state. Okay, that's another screen there. Oh, it's now got a background color on that. It's filled in. Not the whole text, just seems to have filled a bit of it. Okay, so should we start out with the complaining about this color? Because that is not purple and green. The colors for the fills are not coming out right. The 24-bit color is showing as green background and blue text and border. Remember that Riscos 24-bit color is in the format OX BB GG RR XX. Okay. See if we can get to fix that first. Actually, what I should have done is committed the code, shouldn't I? Git status. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll get to fix this, and then we'll commit the code. So you're going to find the hex parsing. Okay, just get on with it. Yeah, okay, so it's passed it into the wrong things. As you can see here, it's now put it into the right shifted positions. Yep, that is pretty disgusting. Green text on a purple background. Yeah, that's gross. Please can you git add all the files that you've changed and commit them with a suitable message. Now, if you're being frugal about this, you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't tell the AI to do it. You'd go and do it yourself because it's cheaper for you to do those words rather than it to spend your money writing those things. So it's now doing some checks and seeing what's changed, which it should know, but yep, that's good as well. So hopefully it'll make commits to both of the repositories. Should be nice. But largely what I'm trying to demonstrate is that we can do this with AI doing much of the work. I say what we've come up with is not perfect, but it's not terrible. We're going to have a look at the icon borders next and see whether we can get those borders to work properly. Okay, commit staging committed. So what we'll do now is we'll go push, and then we can see. I haven't pushed the. Got to push that first, otherwise it won't be consistent. Push that. Push this. Okay, there we are. Which means that now if we go over here, we can have a look at this and we can see all the code it has produced. Lots of files and links to the other modules. And the tests are running. Tests are running. Dum dum dum. It failed its tests. What went wrong? Don't know how to make O32 validation cache. Ooh, it hasn't pulled in the submodules. So that's actually a bug in how I set it up. So how do we do that? Let's just have a look in here. So we have a look in GitHub CI. Check out, is it with submodules true? I don't think that's the right syntax. Oh, I'm going to look it up. Action / checkout submodules GitHub. Submodules. Whether to check out true to check out submodules or recursive to recursively check them out. So it's, yeah. What's this? With : submodules true. We actually probably need that to be in quotes there. Git diff commit -a. Update the CI to check out the submodules. The CI tests were failing because the submodule for validation strings wasn't checked out. Now the checkout action now should out all the submodules, and this will matter when we've got the other ones as well, the text and sprite ones. So go back to here and look at the action again, and we can see, so one of the bits that's come up here is it looked at the PNG, but it didn't see the colors being different, but it saw that the rest of it sort of looked okay. There we go, built it. Brilliant. So that's now successful. Yeah, successful. Thank you. So if anybody wants to have a look at what we've got there, the code, this is where we are. Now, yeah, as I say, one of the things it was doing was it was sending it up to the build environment, bringing it back and seeing what had happened. So it's quite can work quite without my intervention for a lot of things, which is very useful. The fact that it didn't use the skills that it ought to have done is probably something I could have told it to do, but it shouldn't have needed to know that. It almost certainly means that I didn't give good descriptions for those skills. So there's a bit of work there. So we've had to ban devs at work for adding markdown files. Well, not ban them, but not including their merge, but not to include their merge requests. Yeah, well, fair enough. I'm trying to keep everything tracked, basically. The markdown files are useful for being able to find out what's gone on, what's being done. They are not useful if they've got old things. Right, for government work, yes. Any information about how you do things and what goes on behind the scenes is probably a bad idea. Yes. Marking those as not being allowable is a good plan. So what we got? We got problems with this, haven't we? We've got problems with the bordering doesn't seem to have worked properly. So the icon borders don't seem to have drawn anything different for the different border types. Now let's have a see whether we can have a quick look at it and see what the test is doing. So test icon here. So it's using R1, R2, R5. Yeah, so it is actually passing some the validations to there, but it's not drawing them. Okay. All the borders look the same. Are you sure that the R number is being read and processed? It might be that my library was broken. So it's going to go and have a look at it now. See whether we get anywhere. We may not. Correcting border type parsing. I guess it thinks my code wasn't very good. All right. Oh, but yes, that does seem to have done the right. Oh, that's interesting. We're in a bad mode, aren't we? So we probably want to be in select mode 28 so that we can actually see things in better color. Can you please make the test code select mode 28 before doing anything? This will give better color selection. Use the Riscos output skill. Full stop. There you go. Because it is documented explicitly how to change modes in the skill. Yes, lots of information in there. Do it. All right, you're doing it through a right C. Fair enough. That's not how I told you to do it, but that's fine. I thought I told you to use select screen mode, but using Wimp off screen mode, select screen mode. But fine. That's not a problem. Building. Sent to the build service and got it back, and there we are. How is that? Looks pretty cool, huh? I'm out of drink. It may be time for a break. I've updated the test code to select mode 28 before rendering. This provides a richer palette and better color selection. Yes, because I told you to. All right. Excellent. With that, I'm actually going to go and take a short break and chance to pop to the loo, and maybe we can look at a bit more. I wonder if I can leave it running to try something out. Yeah, let's do that. Let's set it working on something so we can have a break, but I won't put things on the break titles, I'll just do this. So let's do git submodule add text render. Dum dum. There. Okay. Status. So we've got the text render code. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I have added the text render library as a submodule in Riscos Wimp text render. This contains the implementation that we want to use for the rendering of the text in the icons. Please can you wire it up with symlinks and use it in place of the stubs that you had previously. Does that look good? I think that looks good. Right, I've used 81% of my quota, so it's going to run out in a minute, in a little bit, but hopefully it will get somewhere with this, and then what I'll do is I'll switch to another key so that we can still continue working. All right, off you go. Are you going to ask me to look at things? You might go and ask me to look at that, if it's acceptable to look at that directory. That might, yeah. Bum, bum, bum. It's found things. Out for a break. The AI is going to continue working on it. There we go. So we'll leave that running, and we'll come back in a few minutes and see how it's done. Might turn into a disaster, but we'll see. See you in a bit. Oh, let me put it on mute so you don't get me talking to me. Good job I popped back to that, otherwise it would have been waiting and would have not had anything done. Oh, 88%, it's going to run out in a moment. I'll start a cup of tea and then I'll come back and I'll change the tokens. It's all my Gemini freebie gone. Oh, it's still going. Oh, there we go. We got plain text coming out there. It's not the right height, but it's plain text. It's going to have to switch over in a minute, isn't it? Just let it keep going. I'm still making tea. What's this? This is Gemini, isn't it? Yeah. It's not found. What? Oh, it's crashed it. Oh, it's crashed it badly. That's not nice. What happened? Do I have to tell it where things are? Interesting. Well, it's doing the debugging. Can I actually? Is it actually just? See if it'll let me view this. Thank you. Limit reached. Yeah, fine. Let's just scroll back. So what we actually got here, it's tried to read low vectors, which probably means it hasn't actually got the right font. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to stop. Some in tool attempts failed this before this final error. Yeah, that's fine. Your quote will reset after 23 hours. Yeah, fine. Auth, please. Manage authentication. I'm going to use a Gemini key, please. Whoa, that's, I'm going to have to go and cancel that one. Right, I'm going to have to get that one cancelled. Damn. It's rather fun, isn't it? Don't paste your key onto there. Gemini. Please delete key. Delete. Bye key. I thought that was going to come out in lots of little dots. G will do. Yeah, that's fine. Create key. Copy. To be clear, I am not sharing that, am I? Yes, I am not. That is correct. I am not sharing that. Oops. Good. Okay, that's not gonna. What was going wrong? It was the text was failing to render properly, wasn't it? Oh, is it? Have all these files changed now? Refresh. Oh, yep, there we go. Text render. So probably it's failed to initialize some of the libraries, I expect. Yeah. Okay. So it's got itself into a bit of a state again. Corrupted thought signature. I did authorize it again, but it doesn't seem to have done so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop out and then go back in again. And cross my fingers that this will work. Right, that's better. It's using the right model now. So it looks like null is being passed to, what was it? Don't know. Let's just try running it. Pyro. Whoa! Yeah, that's lots of errors. It's going into fallbacks. But something is being passed, handled as 0. Not sure what. One of the functions, either for the font handle or graphics context, is the graphics context for text rendering initialized. If you what's the thing setting I need to do? So it's config watch regions dot low, was it low vectors? Low vectors equals abort. Is that how you do it? Reject must be these values. Right is abort. Oh. Actually, anything should be abort, I guess. Watch regions, yes, and abort. Yeah, there we go. So we get a trace of what's happening. That's better. So it stops on the very first use, which is much more useful. So if we give it that command, or that logical thing, so if you add a command to the top of the test program to call kernel oscillate pyromaniac debug, not debug, config, it should give you more, should fail earlier. There we go. Right. I'll go back and finish making me a cup of tea. You want you've got one left, I think. Right, where did we get to? Oh, all right. It didn't get very far because this was a new session. Okay. Critical, initialize fonts for the context. Well, fair enough, yeah. Seems to have got a bit funny about the size of the terminal. Let's see if it works if I just resize it a bit. Yes, that's fine. When it pops up again, I do want that. Run it and return the screen. Yep, okay. Let's see what we get this time. That's what we had. Now we've got... Oh! Oh! Now we've got this. Are you impressed? Are you happy? Are you pleased? Are you surprised? I think all of the above, actually. So that looks like it's done quite nicely. What are you thinking on now? Come on. So we haven't got the bounds done here. It needs to do graphics rectangle. User trying vibe coding now. Yes, this is definitely vibe coding. So the important thing about doing this sort of thing is you have to be clear what you're trying to get done and provide guidance to the system. And just treat it like a junior engineer, as I say. Oh, yeah, all right, add the things. That's what I want you to do. It's removed the old implementation and created the new one. Commit the text render integration. Thank you very much. Right, the abort occurred because get string size was being called with a font none handle. Text rendering context to render was initialized but had not been instructed to load the relevant desktop fonts. This caused low-level rendering font functions to reference a null pointer when trying to read the metrics. I added a to-render set font immediately after the init. This ensures that the font has been read and necessary fonts are loaded into context. Cool, all right. Now compiles and runs successfully. Integration is now complete. All right, have we... Apparently it's gone and committed it. Is that all done then? Git status. Yeah, it's done that. I think I need a new skill for telling it how to enable these sorts of watches and things so that it can narrow problems down. But again, these are things that we'll have to look at in the future. Oh, there's 3 things that haven't been pushed. Selecting mode 28, using the validation with border parsing fix. Okay, fine, let's push that. Can we push it? Validation strings has been changed. Okay. Recurse submodules on demand. Oh, I could do that. That might be a nice way of doing it. And then push that. And again, the repository here has the results in it. Cool. So we've now got the fonts working. We now want to get the sprites working. So let's do that as well. Git submodule add sprite render. There's the sprite rendering environment. Okay, I have added a new submodule in the directory Viscos sprite Wimp sprite render, which contains the sprite rendering code. We want to use this in place of the code that is currently stubbed. I also need something else. So if I have a look in Viscos Wimp sprite render, I think what's it called then? There. Yeah, there's a sprites22 file. We need to icon sprite beforehand. To allow the sprites to work, we need to also send the sprites22, ff9 file to the server. How do we do that? So just check how we do it, because riscos build run like that. So we probably want something like riscos wimp sprite render sprites22 icon command icon sprites22 to load that. Does that sound right? Yeah, that works. So, or it didn't crash, which is what matters. So the new command to test this will be something like that. Please integrate that code. Do it. So far we've got the basic icons rendered. We've got the GContext library being used. We've got the validation strings library expanded to handle true colors. And we've got the text rendering library being used. So now we're trying to drive in the sprite rendering module. The text and the sprites and the validation were largely written by hand by me whilst we were porting it over the last few weeks. So sprite rendering took us, what, 3-4 sessions, something like that. Text rendering took a while. So that has taken a while to implement by hand. Is it any better than the code we've got here? Well, I don't know. That's not the right one. So if I have a look in plot icon, this is the new code that it's created. This is pretty decent code. It's very, very similar to the code we have. So we don't have shading and we don't have border selection color. Okay, fair enough. There's still some bits missing. Close that one, we don't need that. But a lot of it seems to be going okay. And more importantly, it's the same structure as the Python code. So it's able to, we can still look between the two and compare and contrast and see where we're going wrong, in theory. The code is pretty well structured. It's using proper labels and symbol names. We've got to assume the system font height. Yeah, okay, but we can also get information about that. I wonder if that's because that was assumed in the Python code. Probably was. But a lot of this is like the same sort of work that you would do elsewhere. Ooh, it's having a bit of a think about this one. It's really having a think about this one. I had a quite fun one a couple of days ago where it was, I'll try doing this, didn't work. Take things away, put them back, take them away, put them back, take them away, put them back. No, stop, you've done the wrong thing. You're just not thinking. Let's do it this way and just give it a bit more guidance. It's also useful to sometimes just clear the context and start again from scratch when things are going wrong. If you haven't worked with AI systems, the context is basically what it knows about doing things. So the context here contains all the instructions I've given it, the skills that it's learnt, all the code that it's read, and all the output that's received back. So the context can quite rapidly add up, and every part of that context has to also be sent to the server to do things. It's going a bit slow now. I wonder what's happening. Sometimes you get stuck behind other people. I mean, this is the paid environment, so you'd think it would be trying to do things better, but don't know. I'll give it another couple of minutes and see whether it comes up with anything. If it doesn't, then we might just try to clear the context and start again, and just start from afresh and see whether it can get on better. Yeah, another minute or so. So, yeah, there goes some things. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, it did stuff. How are people feeling about the process so far? As you know, live coding, I've done very little. I've changed a couple of headers, and that's actually all I've done today on this particular part of the project. I've seen people say that AI just hallucinates things. It does. Just like junior engineers will go, oh, I thought it was this sort of thing. Like, no, that doesn't happen. That's not what's going on here. This is why you need to have people that are experienced in writing code to see what's going on and try and make things work better. Not always easy, really not always easy, but the process is, yeah, not too bad. It's, as Martin's just said, GContext just said, it's something that can do as much as it does, but it's only as good as the person giving the instructions. You do have to know what you want it to do. I've just seen the assembly bits going by, and it's like quite possible that we're going to need to give it that assembly code as well to do color map handling. If things don't work in the integration, we'll have a look and see if we can do that. But right now, I think we're probably moving along in the right direction. We'll also do stats, so you can see, like, look at the stats on the system. Oop, I just did some more and hid my statistics. Let's have a look. So we've got, we've been using the utility router. That's basically the trying to decide what to do. Apparently it decided it was going to use it and then didn't bother. We're using Pro Preview now. We weren't before. We were using Flash Preview. Could potentially switch down the models. That might be cheaper, but not a big deal. There's also /stats model. Oh, it's /model, isn't it? That tells us about the different model usage. Oh, that one isn't allowed to be queued. All right, then fine. It's read the file. No, wait, don't know why it's used cats rather than doing the read file operation there. Oh, there we go. We're symlinking things. We may need to have the S file as well. It's possible it'll need that. We'll have a see. Updating the make file. So most of the things that I've been writing have not been using AI. The vast bulk of things are not. But for trying to get somewhere, just an initial implementation of something, it's really useful. In this case, because I've got the Python code that is functional and working, it makes a lot more use of that environment. We can basically have something that's prototyped in Python, try it out, make sure it's working, make sure that the system is doing its thing and testable inside Pyromaniac, and then try and convert it. Yeah, why not try and convert it right? I'm not sure what you mean. A lot of the Pyromaniac code that we've got does lend itself to being converted to C code, partly because of how I've written it. Not always, but a lot of it is. And that gives us a lot more chance to keep it in a sensible way, because the Python is a lot easier to work with. Whoa, we got a load of code there. What was that doing? Oh, that's replacing part of the plot icon code with Sprite handling. No, as I was following what you said. Oh, yeah, why not convert it over? Right, yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. That's what you were saying, yeah. It makes things a lot easier. So this is like padded out a bunch of the code because it's got to actually handle it a little differently. And now it's setting up the graphics handling from the sprite code, passing that around. Ooh, and running things. Oh, we've got a little bit of a failure there. Troubleshooting the compilation. It prints out little messages telling you what it's trying to do, and I have no idea whether those are actually correct or whether they're useful even. But it's kind of interesting. It's actually doing it. One of them, oh, I can't remember which one it is. It's not. Yeah, one of them used to print out like random things in there. I've actually, so yes, this thinking message is actually, I've replaced the random messages that it used to say. It used to say things like bamboozling, flanging the bits, or something like that. And it's like, just yes, it's not. You're not big and you're not clever. Just want it to get on and do the code, so I've changed it just to print out thinking, or could have changed it to working, I suppose. Right, it's looking at the types file. I wonder if it's compacted its context and it's now having to do some other things. Eigenfactors. I thought the eigenfactors were in part of the environment. Not sure. I'll leave it. It's fine. It can just get on with that. Not sure what parts it's having difficulty with at the moment, but so as videos go and like live coding goes, this will be one of the less interesting if you're expecting me to be doing lots of things. And I'm sorry if that was the case here. But the part of what I wanted to show in this session was AI is part of your modern tooling. It is part of the environment that coders these days are working with. They might not want to. I have seen lots of people saying, no, we don't want to do this. This is not the way that things should work. It spotted it needs to build it as an app. Good. It may also need to clean things as well. Investigating an error. I'm just going to clean it behind the scenes. There we go. Just clean it behind the scenes. And then it doesn't have to. It can just build it again. I've seen developers. I've been a developer who goes, no, if you use AI for everything, you don't understand how things work. You don't get deep knowledge into these things. And that is completely true. If you try and do a whole new domain that you don't know and you get AI to just do the work for you, you won't learn very much. On the other hand, there are ways of getting around that. You can set the environment up so it's like, tell me what I need to do and why I have to do things. You put it into basically in educational mode, and then you get it to tell you what you need to do to make things work. And by doing that, you yourself learn what's needed, and that is a good way of introducing you to it. However, if you're working with a domain that you do know well and you want to just direct it to do things like I'm doing here, I know the domain and I know when I'm watching it go by and going, I don't know what it's doing, I'll let it go for a bit and I can tell it what's going on. So if you've ever mentored juniors or you've worked with kids and the like, I suppose, it's important to let them try things, to let them find out what's gone wrong. Because in the past, that's what I did. I went and tried stuff out and found that stuff didn't work and I cursed it and I didn't understand what was going on. And particularly when I learnt things, I didn't have the internet to look to. I didn't have a whole load of AI agents. My parents weren't around to help me to learn how to do computer things. And when it came to going to school, I was way ahead of everybody else. So I had to learn a lot of things myself. That isn't necessarily the best thing. But if you do have people around, you go and ask them. So this is the way that you can do these things. You can guide it when things seem to go wrong. What is it doing now? It seems to have been trying to put bits together for a little while. Yes, we've got all the sprite stuff here. It's doing it through a Wimp sprite. And that's getting the text, the actual sprite from the sprite area. It had to pull that code in. Ah, right, I get you. Which it wouldn't have had to do previously. It's not handling sprite pointers here, it looks like. Oh no, that's just the icon sprite. That's not pointers. That's the text one. Yes, there's going to be some failures in this, I think. Definitely going to be some failures in this. Right, so this is where we're going wrong now. I think I might just give it a bit of guidance on this because it won't know how to handle this. This is a... If you remember from the sprite work last time, this was a bit of magic getting this to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to just symlink vector s -s. We want to go to Riscos Wimp Sprite Render in there. s/color map user shim. Yep. And we want to put that into s/color map user shim. There. I'm going to update the make file so we've got that in there. os.color map user shim. Actually, we didn't do it that way. We had it slightly different, didn't we? Bcompare make file against Riscos sprite make file, because we did some... No, that's not the right... Make file test. That's it, yeah. There we are. What did we do? Ah, we added it in. That's what we did. So I want to move that, put that here, like that. Get rid of the shim line that I just added. That's better. So then we'll have the shim in there. Oh, I also need the endif as well, otherwise it won't compile. Include C, don't need that. Yeah, that should be good. And then we'll also need to define the module private word. How do we do that in there? I'm going to have to look at it because I'm not sure how that works. Refresh folders. And if we have a look in sprite render C, is it in the test code in main? Ah, here we go. Right, we need this bit of magic here is needed, and probably something to assign it. Do we need to assign it somewhere? Well, maybe not. Nothing else is actually working with it. But if I copy that into the test icon code here, actually put it in main. Yeah, there we go, and put it in here. I'll put it in here, it's fine. I think it's fine wherever I put it, as long as they get defined. Okay, now if we build that Riscos ammo there, what do we get? Oh yeah, it's time since my last break. Fine, I'm gonna just quiet that for another hour. Yeah, it's 3:30. Gosh, don't know how to make user shim. Oh, what? I thought I just created the S color map. S/color map user shim. Let's try that. Okay, I did that wrong then. Oh yes, because .. because I need to go up from the S directory. Right, now build it. What do you think? Is it going to work? Are we going to get anywhere? Bang! Validation cache create got past a 1 and went bang with it. So validation cache. Yeah, 1 is not a valid pointer there. So I don't know what it was trying to do. It was in plot icon. Validation cache create. The validation string was garbage. Okay, let's tell it we've fixed some bits. We've fixed the build, but we now get a crash when the validation string returned has a value of 1. Run the code to see. So I said I fixed the build, but it's not a problem. Have I thought about setting it to bung asserts at the start of every function? That actually might help, because assertions won't actually be good for putting things into a module, but for this case it may actually be useful. Excuse me, I've just done that. I'll just say yes and it'll go, no, it's already done. I've done it! You're going to break things in 64-bit now. Fine, just let it do its thing so it learns. It's built anyway. There we go, now it's seeing the failure. Rebuild and test again to trigger the crash. Yep, there you are. Yep, that's right. Okay. It overwrote the... Ah, right, yes. It put garbage in there, that's why. Again, this is where it's not knowing the difference between the different types of structures, which we would know because we'd understand it. I could probably go... Yeah, once it gets finished on this bit, I'm going to go and tell it to put some assertions in, unless it fails again. If it fails again, I'll go and tell it to do the assertions thing. That might help us. I think we may overrun a little bit on this this session because things are going quite well. I'd like to get us a bit further into the actual implementation. We're doing quite a good job here, I think. Well, I mean, it might fall apart completely in a few minutes, but I think the interesting. It's decided to change those from the. Well, fair enough. I'm not going to complain. I'll just let it go on with that. Excuse me. A lot of, I mean, I know a few people here have used AI quite a bit, but a lot of this is just like trying to understand what the right way of doing things is to actually be effective. It's a lot of sprite reason. Can you not use the constant? I thought you had the sprite file included. Duplicate. Oh, user shim ignored. Fair enough. Oh, look at that! We have a sprite appearing. Isn't that exciting? I mean, it's still like overlapping the edges, but the graphics bounds, we can sort that out. How cool is that? Right, it's now decided. One of the things that tends to happen is it gets the idea that if you tell it a few times, add those files and commit it, it gets the idea that that's what you want to do. So I'll do it. I don't think it added the S file. I'm just going to do a git status and see what we've got in here. Oh, it did. Yeah, fair enough. Sprite render was also modified. I noticed when being in some of the talks with certain user groups, they're all dead set against AI. Yep, they might be dead set against it. You have to differentiate between the different uses of things. So, for example, AI on websites that suggests random things. Yeah, I don't like that stuff. It's horrible. This stuff where we've got a fixed domain where we're looking at it and we're actually working on stuff together, I found it to be incredibly useful. But you do have to, as I say, build the right tooling around it to make it work. That is true of many times when you're trying to make things work. It's modified that, including kernel.h. Does it still work? I mean, if people want to just ignore AI, then that's fine. But it is a tool that you should be using. I mean, it's hard enough to convince people that we should be writing in a high-level language like C. C is not a very high-level language. It'd be lovely to start writing things in Rust. It would be lovely to start writing things in C++. Follow on with Piers' discussions of the printer drivers on the Viscos forums, which he's discussing how some of that can be made to work. Really interesting things. He's driving things in a way that have not been done previously and should be. They really should be trying to embrace all this stuff. And one of the other things is that this is important. That was modified, wasn't it? Some div add an include of kernel.h, which was missed. The kernel.h header was used by the sprite.h file, but not included. It has been implicit in its users. Push. That will go up there, and go to here, and we can push this one as well because they're now up to date. Cool. Right. So, what did it say? It diagnosed the task. It had both text and icon along with indirected, and because they overlapped, it was getting confused. Fair enough. Plot icon logic was incorrectly passed the value 1. Okay, yeah. It corrected it by splitting them up. All placeholder stubs were removed. Symlinked the necessary files. Added eigenfactors to H types. Updated plot render. Used sprites. Linked the user shim to resolve linker errors. Yeah, we don't need to do that way, but it's fine. Test application now renders and text and sprites. Changes have been committed. Cool. So we've got all this working. Next thing is build a module. So what do we want to do? We want to create a new module. Yeah, we want to create a new module. Rather than asking it to do it, I'm just going to tweak things so that it can do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go Riscos project create type C module, name Wimp plot icon. I don't need a skeleton, but I do want to tell it that the make file is called makefile mod fe1. There. All right. Let's have a see what that looks like. Refresh the folders. Let's just make that quiet. Makefile mod. So this has got all of these in here and the user shim. I'm just going to move that out of there because we don't need it for this. But we do need the equivalent that we had in sprite render. So I need this makefile here. Yeah, this is going to look very, very similar. Slice demo, clean target. The only thing I'm actually worrying about, thinking I need, is that one. Back to here, libs goes in there. And then we need to just tweak the CMHG file. So here's the sprite render one. We had, I know what we'll do. We're going to just pinch all of this and put it into the CMHG file down here. Which one? Not that, not that. Where's my CMHG file? Oh, I didn't ask for a skeleton. Oh, in fact, since I've... Yeah, I do want a skeleton. Fine. Because then we can actually use that. Refresh. Doop, 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 doop. CMHG, that's what I was doing here. So I want to, all of this stuff here, just replace that with the one from in there. Error numbers don't really matter, but this Y number needs to be different, so I'm going to get a different number there. We also need to pinch the CMHG bit for the generic veneer, I think. Actually, I'm going to pinch the decoding table as well, because we can do Wimp plot icon plot icon. What was the other bits I said I needed? Was it like generic veneer? There we go. Color map handling. Just that bit. Generic veneer. In there. Again, the AI could do this, but it will be just quicker for me to go and pinch that bit of code. Doop 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 doop. I need to change the name, don't I? Oh no, no, that one. This one's got the right name. It's got the right name. It's got the right name. Okay. Meh. Riscos ammo makefile mod. So C Wimp sprite. Go back to the makefile again. Just need to put a little dependency on this. Ooh. Oh, look at that! I forgot we've added code to be able to auto-generate this. So if I do Riscos project update. Oops, no, not that. This one here. I don't know if that's actually updated it or not. With mod head. Let's see if it works now. If it doesn't, then we did not quite get it working. No, that update hasn't quite worked, but it's generated as all of these dependencies automatically, which is really nice. Which one was it? Wimp sprite needs to depend on h.modhead. There we go. Look at all that. Undefined symbol, color map entry. And that's because we've got why is that actually? Not sure why that is. Surely that should have been working. We might have to have a look at how this one handled it. What else do we need? There's something else I needed to do, wasn't there? Oh, I need to take out test icon and main, because neither of those are useful in the module. So there we go. And we need to build it again. Module private word. So there's probably a little bit of tweaking here just to make the module private word work. So this is the module code in the sprite rendering, and then the module code in the in here looks like this. So if I just compare those two files, yeah, we want the module in there. Probably actually want to do the Wimp graphics creation in the same place here. Yeah, all of that looks like it wants to go in there. We probably ought to have some shutdown stuff in here. But for now, it's okay. We'll just leak memory, it's fine. Change this left file. Okay, let's run that. Strange. Let's clean it and just rebuild it all. How strange. It's saying it can't find the internal error. I thought I put that into the CMHG file. Did I not copy it over? Generic there's color map entry and handler. Entry is there. Internal error. It's as if it's not including the mod head file in color map. Let's have a look at color map. It's not including the mod head file. I'm sure it should have done. In fact, I'm sure there used to be a thing here where it was doing that anyway. Include, sorry, if nedef app modhead. Let's try that. Actually, I'm missing modhead. I am missing modhead from that. That's probably why it's failing. Oh.modhead. Wonder why that was missed out. Probably just something about the creation of the skeleton that went wrong. There we go. There's no handler. Ooh, color map handler. Where? That would have been in here somewhere. Is that here? Handler? No. Module? That's not got a handler in it. Grep for color map handler in anything. Just find me it. Swize demo. That is actually not a bad thing to have, yes. So I can Swize demo. So this is the color map handler it needs. I can provide one of those in here. So I'll just do new file Swize plot icon. Oh, come on. Where did they just go? So Swize plot icon, which is there. And I was just looking at Swize demo. There we go. Pinch a chunk of that. Try implementation of Wimp plot icon. And we're going to want an actual implementation of that, so we just pull this in from here, not here, the header file, mod head, boom, boom, boom. This one, no, not this one, wrong part of the code, this one, mod head, plot icon, there we are. And then if we put that into here, I think we should be able to do R1. What is the interface for Viscos PRM Wimp plot icon? There you go. Now it's documented. Fix me, not implemented. Return error. Internal. Is it internal error or do we have a not implemented error? I don't know. Oh, we do have a not implemented. There we go. Let's build that. Yeah, I moved that. Still not working. Why is it not working? Ah, because we haven't included the new files in the make file. So what was it called? It was called o.y plot icon. Let me see if that builds. Okay, so that's probably just we're not including the right headers. So we need to include color map. Plot icon's got the secret R4 and R5 args. Yes, it has. They are implemented in Viscos Pyromaniac, but we'll come back to those because they're magic. They are magic. In fact, I probably need to actually include them, don't I? Yeah. Swy Wimp plot icon. All right, there we go. Magic. We'll look at that one later, but it is there. Do I want to confuse things? Somebody said that we need more of a regular global online meetup in the community. What's secret about them? R4 and R5 weren't originally documented at all. The actual interface of this is that if you call plot icon outside of the redraw loop, R4 and R5 are always the offsets of the offsets of the icons, so you can do that. But Wimp plot icon was never documented as working outside of the redraw loop, so it didn't matter. This is, however, allowed to do that, basically codifying this and adding the additional interfaces so you can do plotting icons. The reason that it matters is because plot icon can be used outside of the redraw loop. For example, if you are trying to do drag a sprite but for an icon, which is what's actually used for drag an object, and drag an object colluded by knowing about this. It's not great, but this is why you need to have proper defined interfaces to have things working. And if anybody's wondering why it's task backwards rather than task forwards, it's because when I did it with the task forwards, I screwed up and I ended up putting something in there that could never have worked, and it always crashed. So that's why it's got a different magic word to everything else. That was my mess up. So I think we've nearly got this to the point where it's working now. We've got this, not working, but where it'll actually link. There we go. I've missed color map. I don't know why that didn't work. But we've also got mod head. Should be included in here, modhead.h. Yeah, that seems to have linked. Good. So, copy. I wonder what the best way is to do this. I'm going to copy the ro slash I'm going to edit that file so that we can actually pass a parameter to it. So if we do refresh folder, I want to have a getEnv. Do we have a getEnv function in here? We don't. I can never remember how to do this thing. Not that one. In anything, FD1. Swick will do. That's my function. Thank you very much. Ooh, my old address. That's only 30 years old. Hey ho. Right, there we go. There's a function. So now what we can do is if we can page string equals fn getEnv, page percent equals if page quote quote then 0 else page percent equals val page dollar. Also remember, talk tomorrow about arcs. Yeah, I'm not going along to that. I'm less interested in the history, but it does sound like it could be fun for some people. Yes, the interesting Palo Alto alternative Riscos, as could have been. I think it could be quite interesting nonetheless. So where's G equals? Where does it do get? There we go. Right. What we're going to do here is go not do the get. Instead, we'll do page percent minus equals 1. If page percent equals 0, then end. Modular 2 based. Yeah, I don't think the Modular 2 compiler ever left the building, which was a bit of a pity because, well, maybe not a pity, but Modular 2, at least it could have been another language that people could have used. And we always see references to it, but it never really went anywhere. So, Riscos build run. So this was the magic command we had to run the command line version. What we want for this is rm32 wimp plot icon ffa, load the sprites file as well, and we also want to spend the wimp plot icon program along. And then we want to do rm load wimp plot icon, and then we want to run our test command wimp. Oh, I can't do that because they've got the same name. We'll call it wimp plot icon test for the basic program, I think. Rename. Call it test there. We'll go wimp plot test, and we'll do page 0 for the first set of tests. Okay. So we do this. And what we should get back is sprites not found. Okay, I just need to change this code a little bit to not load that, I guess. Does it do an icon sprites? Yeah, it does there. So just comment that one out. Also, anywhere that we've got a Wimp plot icon, we need to replace it with Wimp plot icon, because we've got a different module. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Let's have a look. Maybe that's not the right way of doing things. Maybe I should do page percent is stop page equals for that. And page percent equals stop page. Okay. And at the end, I'm just going to end print done. There. A little bit hacked together, but this, I think this will do something. I'm hoping it'll do something. So we want page percent equals 0, and then here we want page plus equals 1 if stop page equals page and end. Okay, so I think that should, I said that last time. What I'll do is I'll print at the top of the screen the page number. Maybe I should have VDU4 before that to make sure we've got the right mode. Right text caret. No, that didn't work. It's trying to do all the pages. Do that up here actually, now that I think about it. Oh no, don't save it there. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. Rendering up to page 0, but it didn't end. Why didn't it end? If stop page equals page, then end. Oh, because I've incremented it in the wrong place. There we are. And we get back. Oh, we need to actually look at the thing, don't we? Open screen.png. There we go. So that's what we get when we render that. So that's what we should get out if we're calling the right call. But that actually drew things. Why did that draw things? Oh, because that's not Wimp plot icon. So now what we should see if we run it is it should crash and say not implemented. There we are. Excellent. Right, we can now tell the AI to go and have a go at that. We've got the amu command here, which is this one. We're now going to turn this into a module and test that the interfaces work. The skeleton and some implementation has been written. h/module contains a new Wimp plot icon interface, which will be called the Wimp plot icon text fd1. Put these in a set quote so it can see them. I don't think it matters. I don't know if it does or not. Has been updated it's been created and takes a parameter of the, what is it called? I've forgotten the words. Page of tests that it should be seeing. Actually, if we have a look at screen.png, oh, it doesn't exist. What I wanted to do, I temporarily just put it back to doing plot icon. There. Open screen.png. Did I not type that? Open. Oh, it got swallowed by things there. Right, so this is what we should see. So copy screen.png screen. So expect, oh, page 1, page 0.png. There we go. Now I can tell it to do page 1. Yeah. Page 1, just check that's okay. Page 1.png. Yeah. And then do it again for page 2. And we can get it to go and compare them and see whether it's actually produced the right thing. Page 2, and then finally this is page 3. Yeah, I realise this has got a lot less exciting now because I'm actually doing work. And we're overrunning a smidge, but no matter. Right, there we go. Page of test it should be seeing. It should be showing. There are 4 pages, 0 to 3. Each one exercises different features. You can build the module with where's my build command gone? There he is. That one. I'm glad you're okay watching. I mean, it'll be recorded, so if you have to go off, it's fine. You can build a module with this, and you can test it with long command here. And put the page num in there. where page where. Surprisingly, the AI is very good at understanding most typos, which is pretty nice, actually. Is the page number to exercise. The expected outputs should look like the files page.png, which have been created to work against. Please can you wire up the SWI interface in C/SWI's plot icon so that it renders the icons when called. Likelihood of this working? Yeah, we'll find out. Oops. Page 1 had turned up on the other side there. But there you are. That's what it looks like. Page 1. Did I have a window for page 0? Screen being. Yeah, fine. Not a big deal. Off you go. Wiring up to the SWI interface to expose icon plotting logic as a RISCOS module. It's already detokenized. The basic program is already detokenized. Yeah, so the UI, this is why I'm trying to do these as public ones so that people actually can see what sort of things are doing. Rather than trying to read the inscribed, I understand its purpose from the header comment. Good. Yep, cool. Yep, good. Get on with it. Ideally, we should free the GContext and 2 render if they're heap allocated. Yes. Yeah, fine. Just get on with it. It looks like it's actually put some rendering stuff in there. In fact, it's literally just calling plot icon render. That's all it's doing. Is that all it needs? Seriously, if that's all you need, then I'll be very, very impressed. You're using the Wimp that I built, or? Go on. Oh, hang on. It's calling the wrong calls. It's calling the wrong calls. It's not calling our module. It was calling the system calls. Oops. The program was wrong and tested the wrong thing. Please, can you run the test again? Well, the sprite rendering stuff is just a module. You'd have to actually call it to do things, so it won't actually build itself into the rest of the window manager. But the fact that they're just working shouldn't be surprising. I'm glad you've got the window manager working though. Yeah, those colours are not right, but otherwise that's not bad, is it? What's it meant to look like? Come on, we got a 0 around here. It's showing the same file over and over again. I want page 0. Open page 0. Open page 0. Right. This is what we're meant to be getting. And this is what we got. So shading isn't working. But I guess that's understandable given that we've got the color mapping isn't quite We told it not to implement color mapping. Otherwise, though, that looks pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, it's missed a fair bit, but come on. It's actually managed to draw a good chunk of the content properly. The 24-bit color ones have gone wrong. Hasn't done the password handling. No shading. Hasn't trimmed the edges. Colors are wrong here. Background hasn't been filled in the right way there. But positioning wise, everything's coming out okay, really. So, not terrible. I think realistically, we're only looking at like 2 or 3 things. The colors on the 24-bit, these colors here, and the shade. Oh, and the password. Sorry, missed that one. There's a little bit of alignment problem that we've got here, which I think is more likely to be in my library rather than anything else. So we might need to rethink that. Also, looks like these borders are a bit thicker, aren't they? That's kind of interesting. I don't think I told it to draw thicker borders, but might just be an off by 1 error for that. Maybe that's an option we should add as the I mean, as you know, the icon borders interface, you could just build a new module and make it do that if it was called properly. So pester your friendly Wimp maintainer to go and add in icon border implementation. It's taken its time thinking about this. I'm guessing that handling images is a bit harder on it, maybe. I mean, seriously, for a first shot, this is pretty cool. Should I stop it and tell it what's wrong so that it can fix it rather than it trying to work it out itself? Not sure. Don't really know. Feels like I want to let it go, but I also want to get it moving. I'll give it another minute or so and we'll see how we get on. So a lot of the time when if I'm doing stuff where AI is working on something, it's usually just get something working and I let it continue with things, and then I move on to another task myself, do things in another window, another terminal, just get on with stuff, and then come back to it every so often if it comes up with a little flashing thing, because it'll usually bounce the icon on the icon bar, on the taskbar, to say some attention's needed, and that'll help me to see what's going wrong. And if there's nothing else that I can sort of see that needs doing, I can just say, well, what do you think the next task is to it? And it can tell me what bits I haven't thought of and things. It's not the best way of doing it, but yeah. Particularly if the model's already free, like Gemini, that's not too bad. Obviously, I've run into actually using my subscription now, so this is running up a little bit of money, not a huge amount. In fact, really not a huge amount. I think we're looking at, this is cost about £5 so far, in addition to the free initial work we did. So not doing too badly. Not feeling bad about this. Okay. Actually, hang on a second. Is that right? That's colour 10. I think that one might be right. And that, no, that, yeah, sorry. It's coloured this as colour 1. Yeah, so this is the correct one. This is what we should be seeing. And this one's failed to colour this as green. That's right. Okay. Right, what should we point out to it? So let me just pull this up and, so I can see what we need to point out. Right, here's the things that I think we need to fix. The colours on the 24-bit are wrong. They're coloured as they should be purple and yellow, but they are coming out blue and cyan. Okay. The password field validation isn't replacing text with stars. That's a, is that a flag on the text rendering library we can use? The buttons, the pressed button on the R6 icons should be using Wimp color 10 according to the validation string. Okay, have a look at that. Can you do something about that then? Or maybe you can just sit there and look like a lemon for a bit. Kind of like I am, I guess, at the moment. Oh, here we are. Right, let's just make this visible so we can see. Ooh, no, that's dragging it. Resize it. Fixing rendering, 20-bit rendering, password obscuration, and selection color logic. I think that's looking at the text rendering library. Yeah, that's right. It might not have, we might not have done that. I can't remember if we did implement that. Didn't I just tell you it's not? You can just cat the file as it is text. The file wimp plot icon test. Oh, sorry, I've missed a bunch of things here. Like the border, Wimp maintainer rule would only add what they want. Yes, of course. You said earlier that you should save certain, so stop it and correct it. Yeah, I know. I'm the way I'm trying to do things is to make it to demonstrate that the AI can actually do the work rather than me. Let's address these three things. Oh right, it's used to it had misunderstood the commas. That's why. I mean, particularly as it's costing money, I should be more careful. But I do want to try and show that the AI is actually worthwhile most of the time. What were the other things it said here? Oh, right. It went and looked it up in the PRMs. So we've also given it the color issue. I think it's doing RGB instead of BGR. Might be. Yeah, there we go. It's doing the get the colors now. It needs to construct a temporary string containing entirely the display character. Okay, that's a little sad, but eh. I wonder if our text rendering library should actually be the one doing that, rather than requiring the person to calling it to do it. I'm not quite sure. Might be a nice idea because then you can actually the text rendering is actually handling all of that. Actually, it probably would be better if the text rendering one did that, because then if you did, you could call the text rendering library to say where is the caret when you click in this. So that could be a useful thing. Whoop. New version coming up. Is that the new one? I think that looks exactly the same. Get on with that. What's that? It's fixed that. It hasn't fixed these. Oh, it's got purple. It has the purple, but it hasn't got the border isn't yellow. The 24-bit color is still a bit wrong. The background is purple, but the border and text are in cyan. The black fill is wrong too. Which black fill? Ooh, we got stars in there. Oh, that's come out wrong as well. Yeah, we need to have a look at that one, because that's not happening on the sprite. It's only when it's a sprite one, so we'll get this one sorted and then we'll come back to that. We've got that one and that one done. BS2, yeah, that one. the greys here and the nope. Ooh, it does recognize that as text. I do like macOS's automatic OCR on these things. It's really cool. So selecting stuff. Password sorted, yeah. The background is purple, but the border and text are in cyan when they should be in yellow. What was it actually using? That one there. The validation string is it should be yellow/purple. So the one vaguely interesting, possibly not interesting, is 813979 is my old phone number, and it just happens to be a quite nice purple. So Helen said, Cyan Mountain. It's a new version of Wargames End Scene. Whoop! What's that? Come on, new one coming up. It's drawing it. It's turned up over here. Wow. Would you look at that? I'm happy with that. I'm going to leave these ones now and see if we can get it to do page 1 and see if see what we get out of that. Okay. Can you try page 1 now? Open page 1. Have a biscuit, says Miscos Tech. So this is what we should be looking at. We don't need page 0. I think that's interesting. That might actually be my pixel translation code going wrong rather than anything else. That might not be their fault. I pass the selection in shade. Let's see. Oh. Sorry, I missed. What? Seems to correctly handle his shaded and selected. I can call my description and say transform. Why are the shaded on page 1 not looking right? That's crap. What do I pass as the selection color in here? There's a lot of this wait. Oh, I've made a mistake. Oh, I see it. No, I haven't. Oh, I see it. No, I haven't. Which is very much like what you'll hear in an office if you're talking to a whole bunch of engineers and they're talking out loud. Checking the correctness page. Ah, the user says, can you screen trade forms? Yes, it's doing the right thing. It's worked out what each of the pages are and how they're handled. Yeah. Why would it not work? If you're sitting next to an engineer and they're going, work, won't you? You should be working. Why aren't you? Oh, are you going to get yourself all tied up in... No. Oh, yeah, no, that's not what you're expecting. Oh God, now it's going into the shim. User mode shim should not be used for the module. I'll put that back. What has it done? That's the I don't care about that one. That one can leave. It's the no. Did we not add the make? I don't think we added the make file. I'm probably going to have to look at it manually. Let's have a see. Just see what's going on with this. Has it edited this shim? Yes, it's edited this. Stop it. In the command, in the user command, we need different code for 64-bit and 32-bit. So the obj list changed according to the architecture. What was it getting caught up on? The fact that this wasn't shaded. That was shaded just fine. Okay. Try page 2. See if we can see what's up with page 2. Open page 2. So there's page 2, and here's what it produced. So the sprites are coming out as funny anyway, but otherwise we're not doing too badly. I'm actually very pleased with that. Even the small versions come out okay. All right. Looks okay. Try page 3. And what we'll do is we'll try and close this off in a minute, and we'll leave it until next week. And probably next week we won't be using the AI. We'll actually just try and fix things. We might use the AI if we can see that it can do it better. Or quicker, rather. But let's see if it can just... Why am I telling it to do page 3? I could just generate it myself, can't I? I can just tell it to do plot icon test. Because all I'm asking it to do is just run a command and then show me it. Oh dear. Yeah, the multi-line text does not handle the wrapping properly. Let's see, have we actually got any? So if we have a look in plot icon here, row, has the row logic been ported from the Python code in Python /riscos /pymods core wimp .icon.py. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea whilst it ponders on that. And I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Fingers crossed it'll actually have managed to do something by then. But yeah, we'll have a see. I'm relatively certain that the sprite plotting is messing up because it's not applying the pixel translation table properly. I think it's just got confused somehow with that. But we'll be able to test that on in the sprite repository, independent of this, and be able to see that it's doing the right thing. Because then we can test it, the idea being if we test it in the other repository, we'll be able to see in a more targeted way what's gone wrong. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have like even tried to do wrapping on this. I don't think it's bothered copying the code. I wonder if I should it could be useful to clear the context and start again. Copy that text. Trim the trailing spaces. So that's that message. That's all fixed. Fixed. Clear. Okay. We are porting some code to Riscos from Python. We got a lot of way through it. The initial goal is in goal.md. We are now building the module and trying to test it. However, we're hitting problems with the multi-line text on page 3. Pasted that text. Please use the skills writing C code for writing C and writing C modules, and the Riscos file system skill 2. Anything else I need to tell it? Please check the row implementation for multi-line and implement properly if it is not correct. Yeah, what the hell. The color map that's all in the sprite handling, so I'll handle that separately because I think we just call it and say do this and it goes and does it. But the color map handling is all in there. So oh, there we go. It's starting to do stuff. also seems to be going a bit. Yeah, I think removing the. Yes, clearing that context has helped it a lot. It's getting through this a lot more, doing a lot more work now. It'd be really nice to get to the end of this and actually have a new module that goes and does interesting. Oh, it never extracted any of the code yet. That's why it didn't work. Right, I'm going to get the cup of tea. I'm back in a bit. We'll see where it gets to. Hello, did you want a cup of tea? No thanks. Basic program. The one that did got many pages of icons. Yeah, that one is the compiler and on classic. Yeah, so this is awesome. This is in one session. Yeah, it's waiting for me, is it? Nope. It's trying to look up the interface. Okay. I'll bet any money it's because it deleted the comment that described what the it deleted the comment that described what the interface was. Stupid blooming thing. Right. Here we go. There's the implementation now. That's pretty awesome. That is, aside from the sprites being in the wrong colors, this is pretty much spot on. I don't think there's a lot else that you would want to say for that. Yeah, cool. Look, stop it. It's not a blooming... We're going to leave it there. Can you please commit, add and commit code we've created? Updated, not just updated. With a descriptive. So in the skills, I have got it very clearly saying don't delete comments because they're useful for us humans. And it clearly has decided, yeah, I don't care, I'm going to delete them anyway. They're things we can put back, but just one of those things that's a bit frustrating. And you just need to keep your eye on it, like any other junior engineer. Right, so what have we got today? We've got most of the implementation done. The only thing that's actually failed has been the sprite rendering, which is a bit saddening, but I don't know. I'm actually not sure why that's come out badly. I think we might just have to have a look at that next week and never see what's going on with it, because we have overrun by nearly an hour now from what I target doing. Is that it? I think that's it, isn't it? Oh yeah, we've got to go and add the other files as well, haven't we? Wimp plot icon test. Viscos project. Create git. New commits and the modified content. Is it still working out what it did in the other repository? CD Viscos Wimp sprite render. That's not terrible. In fact, I think that's what we had before. Builds, non-app build, or module builds. That. What was the other one? Text. That's up to date. It's the validation strings. Oh yes, it's added an implementation of stop. Add an implementation of the validation string of the L. That as well. Right. I think probably what I want to do here is just make sure we build the module as well. So yeah, we do that in the row build, don't we? So build the components, cans. So that does the basic testing. Didn't we have a good way of doing this? If we go to the other row build, have a look in here. Diffs. So load sprites into the sprite pool. We probably want to do that. There. Although the sprites are actually in an odd place. Oh, what's gone on here? I haven't got a carrot appearing. Oops. Let me close this down and start it again. Something's gone a bit funny there. This file and this file. Show diffs. Ah, edit. That's why. Read the instructions. So we want the sprites file is currently in. Oh no, this is the wrong way around. This is the icon rendering one, so it's actually in Wimp Discuss Wimp Sprite Render dot sprites22. That's where they are. Test the sprite, and then we can save that as artifacts dot. Ooh, what's that? ctest png. Oh, that's not how you spell sprite. Do we need to create the artifacts directory? Maybe not. Maybe we don't. And then we want to build the modules, which is this bit here. And we can run the various tests. But all of these are actually makefile mods, make mod, mod. I want to get Riscos project to automatically do this, but I haven't got around to it yet. It only generates the templates for these for one. Now, test that the module works. This is Wimp plot icon test, and then pass it 0, and then we can do screen save native artifacts, page 1, and then copy paste 2. Oh, sorry, page 0. Sorry, page 0, page 1, page 2, page 3. And then kill the module and copy the files. It's called plot icon, isn't it? Sorry. Is that what it's called in the directory? Wimp plot icons. I've got the names wrong there. Wimp plot icon, that should be. create the directory up here so it's we're sure we've got it. It's highly likely that this won't work and we'll get something a bit odd about it, but let's just do that. It's status git commit -a. Update the CI to save the images from the tests. We try building the module and the test program, and after each part of testing, we save some images. Push. Go. And then we bounce over here and we see whether any part of that actually worked. Integrate sprite render library failed. Probably won't work then. Oh, been a little bit tiring, but not terrible today. We've had a pretty good session. Yeah, failed. What do we get to? Where did we go wrong? What have we forgotten? The module is multiply defined. It's included main again. I'm pretty sure I didn't touch that. I think it may have gone a bit crazy and tried to do things. Hang on, no. Module. What are we trying to build here? Are we building the module or is this building the command line? This is the main component. This is not. So this is this make file here. No, we shouldn't have module in there. And we shouldn't have mod head in there. Commit -a, amend, push -f. Yeah. I suspect it probably got a little bit carried away and decided, oh, I've got to update these things. And if you're still following along, you'll have noticed that it was continually throwing stuff at the build service, and the build service was running them, rendering the images, and then sending them back to us, and doing it quite happily without falling over and crashing and dying in a big heap, which is actually quite nice to know because I didn't think it was that stable and able to do that. But it does appear to be doing very well. Oh, look at that. Oh, we got some artifacts. Oh, what do we get? What did we get out of that? So we should have got, Riscos build, pull it out, save to a file. Show me the file. Show me the money. Here it is. What? Plot icon. Is that all you've given me? That probably means I've given the... I've entered the paths wrongly. That's not the one. Yep, it should be artifacts there, not install. Bother. All that, and we just captured the wrong blum in place. On the other plus side, it only took 41 seconds. So that's not too bad, really. Now, come on, see if we can get this working. Boom, boom, boom. Seems to have captured things, put stuff into the right place. Go to the summary, please. Download it again. Thank you. Number 13. Extracting it, and let's put it in another window. Here we are. What we got? We've got page 0. What I'll do is I'll double click on that so we can see it in order. Oh, nope, too far. Right. Page 0. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. And the C test. Oop. Yeah, not licensed, the C test. Looking good. Looking very nice. Still not sure why the thing's not coming out right, but I'm sure it'll be obvious later. And we've got the module in there, so people can go and use it and call that. Yeah. All right. Oh, hang on, you can't see anything. Yes, you're right. Sorry, let me just move over. Yeah, that's I've got auto switching enabled for moving into Windows, but it only moves for certain things. Close that. Where's my window gone? I've lost it. There it is. Yeah. So yeah, page 0 looks like this. Page 1, page 2, page 3, and the C test, and you've got the module as well. So there we go. I think I'm going to call it a day there. I don't know that we can work out what's wrong with the colouring on that easily. Or maybe we could. No, I'm going to leave it at that. So next time, so what? Okay, how do you get the screen swipe when you switch monitors? So I'm using OBS, which is I don't know what it stands for, outside broadcast system or something. And I've got this set so that if I click in a terminal window or Sublime Text, it switches to one monitor, and if I switch to the other one, if I click on Chrome, it switches to the other monitor. And I've got it using the, what's it called, automatic scene switcher to switch between them, and I use Luma Wipe as the transition between the two, so that I literally just click in that window and it switches between the two different contexts with that little fade. So that's how we do it. It's not especially complicated, but it took me ages to work out what sort of look I wanted and everything, so there you go. Yeah, I do like I've spent a lot of time learning about this stuff, and I'm not a professional YouTuber because you have to be like professional to do that, and I'm not. But yeah. Right, so we've got, what have we done? So we've got the main icon rendering working, and we can see that for definite because oh, that was not the right thing to do. Switch me. The other danger is that it goes and switches to another workspace, and then I'm left looking, no, that's the wrong thing, stop it. Open, yeah, dot. Yeah, so we've got the no, I'm not going to show that, it's fine, that's no big deal. Right, what we got? We've got basic icon rendering working. We've got lots of cats. You've got to have cats. We've got basic icon rendering working. We've got using GContext. We've got it pulling in the text library. We've got it pulling in the sprite library, which isn't quite working. We've got it failing to clip to the icon bounds. We can fix that. That's not a problem, but we'll look at that next week. We'll look at the sprite rendering next week. It seems to be doing multi-line properly and wrapping that correctly. And it's sort of looking like the main plot icon is working. We're not getting shaded text, coming out properly, so we need to look at that. There is a whole thing, so what we should do is just pop over to the status repository and update that. So RISC-64 status, and have a quick look at the bits on there, because we can definitely say some of this is now working. So if we have a look at this, we've only tested it in 32-bit, but we can at least say that some parts are working. So this is the icon render. This is the form in which I edit the main pages for this. So this is now, I'm going to call it internals because it's not completely working, but it is pretty much, oh no, I can't say it for that, can I? I'm going to say it's internals because no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build it. I'm going to go over here and build it. No, here and build it. Riscos Amu build 64. So we've done all this code and we've never tried it out in 64-bit. Let us see what happens. Oh, we didn't symlink that file. -s. What's it called? Shim 64. Yeah, so we'll get that built, and we'll see if that's working. And I think we'll be able to declare it as internals, but we will test it. We also need to go and have a look at icon render, markdown here. So I think we could, I'm going to just tick off some of these things because I think they're pretty good. Text is working. Colored text using the desktop colors, yes. Text in an icon, yes. 12 characters, don't know. Indirected, we were definitely seeing long text working, so that's working. Sprites in an icon, yes. Using the Wimp pool, yes. Window pool, not tested. Text and sprite, yeah, we saw that working. Text, yeah, we saw those working as well. Left aligned, right aligned, center aligned. Text and sprite, yeah, we saw those working. Selected coloring, no, those weren't working. Small sprites definitely was. Shaded, not working. All of those types were working. R validation with Wimp color specifiers. Don't. Oh yes, those that was the green background thing. Text with true color, yes. Filled with true color, yes. Bordered with true color, yes. R validation not tested. Password, yes. Font icons, not tested. L validation, yes. With line spacing, don't know. Color map, no. Overlong text does not show out. That's broken. Oversized sprite does not show out. No. We don't call the icons. And we know that KSAT works because it was calling it that way. So there's a lot of things there that are now working. And we have a icon. Dummy sprite. Dummy module. There, that is working. And the command line version built. And see if we can build the module as well. Whilst that's running, we'll go and merge, commit that code. Is this one? Yeah. Yeah, so what we've changed is we've marked this as internals and we've added in a bunch of ticks on this. Nothing on the 64-bit yet because we've not looked into that, but we will look at that next week, I guess. Update the... Oh, actually, we can also pull the modules in, can't we? We can pull the modules in. Because once this is built, we can put the modules in there and get it to test them. And test that they initialize. And people will be able to use them. Well, I mean, you can always download it from here, but I like to keep them in both places. It's a lot slower building the 64-bit versions, mostly because of the transform phase that goes on just before we try the build. As I'm trying to improve that speed, but at the moment it is what it is. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there with it. Look at that. module was built. I mean, actually, that's pretty cool. 64. Oh, where's basic live? Basic combat FFM. Oh. Tube basic. That was a long time ago I was doing that. Copy. Thought I must have had a copy of a basic. Maybe I've not. Copy / external. That's the line I want. That is exactly the line I want. Oh, not FFA. That was FF8. Yeah. Pyrodev WX 64 common. Load module rm64 / plot icon and commands GOS. This, sorry, it needs to be in this window. Oh, that's irritating, isn't it? It's the read line interface. Basic. Text load, Wimp plot icon test. This might not work. Yeah, that fell apart badly. Yeah, that looks like it's actually crashing in the plot icon code. Now, it's possible that that's a bug inside basic rather than a bug inside the SWI call. We might have to look into that. But interesting. Pyromaniac debug trace block basic quit Wimp plot icon test. It's really useful. Well, this is this is not BBC Basic Classic. This is RT Russell's basic that I've ported to be in yeah, what's it called? It uses the BBC Basic Classic interface, so it's entirely possible I've screwed something up. Whilst it's doing the string widths and converting length, it's called a strlen, and it's got x1. It's crashed on. X1 is a pretty bad value, and that's why it's crashed. So, I mean, that it may just mean that I've got some 64-bit. In fact, I think that's because it's got an extra bit up there. Is that 8 bytes? 1, 2. So it nibbles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's -1 with a 4 at the top of it, top end. So probably it's loaded too much out of memory, and we need to fix that somewhere. I'll have to have a look into where that's gone. It might even just be in plot. It may be we just use ints in there, and we should use int 64s, in 32s rather. That will be something to look at next time. But in the meantime, yeah, we've got a module. It doesn't work. Meh. Okay, let's not worry about that. Git commit rise update the status for Wimp Icon Rendering. We now have a module which you've not got some 64-bit code. No, I've asked nicely, and he's unwilling to make it work. So we've got to distribute it until he's been paid for it. He wants another amount of money to be able to continue working on it, and won't release anything until then. So yeah, that's their choice. That's how they want to work. Whereas I'm trying to obviously do things out in the open and make sure that everybody has things available to them. So that's just different ways of working. But I did also ask if he could like give me the details of how far he'd got through it and what was working, what wasn't. So he gave me that, and I've ticked things off on the status pages to reflect that. I'm still waiting on Territory Manager. Apparently Territory Manager has been converted to C, but I've seen no sign of that, and I keep asking on the channels. How much are we talking about? Well, apparently he spent about 9 months working on it and got paid for that. But I do not know. You'd have to speak to him about what actually he wants for it. Yeah. Again, they won't do work for free. Basically, I'd be very happy to take money for the stuff that I'm doing, and obviously I ask people for donations on the GitHub sponsorship, but that is not how I see Riscos as going. If you're trying to make money off Riscos, it's not. I don't think you're going to get very far, at least not on this development stage. And their 2.5 million that they wanted to be able to take things forwards, well, good luck with that. As I say, if they want to raise money from donors, I will happily take some of that, because I've done a lot of work on this and it is important. But if they don't want to do things unless they get paid, then meh, that's the way it goes. People have to pay bills. I choose to do this in my spare time because I enjoy it and care about it. Each their own. Anyway, yeah, I've gone through what we've done. I've talked about the fact that we've done lots of, we've integrated lots of bits. It isn't quite working, but you can download the code that you've got. The code we've got is available online. You can look at the code. You can look at the artifacts that come out of it. If you go to the actions section, you'll be able to see those and download them. Download the builds from there. And you can always see where we're up to by going to the Riscos status pages. So if we go to Riscos 64 status and look at our wiki now, that's gone to phase 1. I didn't want phase 1. I want the top level. So go to the top level here. We're now up to 13% because we have wired this bit together. As you can see down here, icon rendering all the way up to internals. It has completed this block of work, which is very cool. Yes, if anybody does want to sponsor things, most of these projects have a sponsorship link here for you to click on, or you can go to me, and I think there's a sponsor button there. It's usually here, but because I'm already here, that appears. I don't have many sponsors because I'm not like desperate for people to throw money at me, but it would be lovely. Next week we will attack the... What do we attack? So we've got the sprites that are going wrong, the clipping rectangle, the shading and colouring, those things. Almost certainly we won't be using the AI for that, but we will take the rest of it on a bit more. Hang on. What I can do though is, can you apply the coding standard for writing C with respect, writing C, particularly with respect to the function and file comments? Do it. Let's just see if it'll actually do that. Yeah, I think it is making good progress, and I think the fact that we've actually got some good tracking that says, look, this is where we're up to. Parts of this are getting completed, and there are parts that have moved on quite a lot. is really good indication of the fact that things are going. If anybody else wants to work on things, even just grabbing things, please feel free. I mean, it would be lovely to grab the source, try things out, see whether things work. Because if you can, then that's great. If you can't, then no worries. Or grab the modules and see that whether they do the right thing or not. Yeah, it's just the things. You'd like to see GNU COBOL work on Riscos. Good luck with that. However, let's just go out of here and into Mukda demo, cd demo, Mukda 1. So I'm in the directory 1. Pull up the text. Right, here we are. Riscos project create. So I don't know if people have followed what this is, but this is basically a tool that allows us to create new tools and things. So, oh, I'm very sad that this is not. I've not updated it. That is something I'm quite sad at. Let me, in another window, very quickly go and build this. // cross compile docker ci/build. Just build that, yeah. Okay, off you go. Yeah, that's the right command. So it lets you build things. So you've seen that we can do a nice type C. So command hello world, get me a skeleton. So here we go, we've created something here, and this creates us a C directory, and it's got /c/main, that in there. Bum bum bum. Riscos amu, and you can build it. Thank you very much, Martin. I really do appreciate it. So there you go. That's a C component. If we go and make the 2 cd2, we've done do it now with a P command. This one may not work. I haven't tested it in a while. I think it's actually tested by parts of the CI system anyway. But so this builds a Python file, and so we've got not Python, Pascal file. So that's Pascal for you. We can go and build that. Riscos amu, and assuming that I've built everything properly, nah, it didn't work. I've not made that work. I need to fix that. Oh well, doesn't matter. Mukda 3, cd3, Riscos project. Right, so look at this in here. Oh, sorry, -h. And we can do F command. Type F command. Name example, and then what's this called? Skeleton. Oh, sorry, I missed the create in there. Sorry. And then we do Riscos 64 amu because it only works in 64, and we can build Fortran. So there we go. F90/main. That's a Fortran program. pyrodev 64 command af64/example. Oops, no, that's not /example, actually .example. And I didn't type command properly. There you go. We have a example program there. That ran. Apparently, I just haven't built this properly. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it? Okay, resources, YAML. Let me just check that. Oh, I can't check it in there. I've got to check it down here. Hang on. I said I'll be really quick on this, didn't I? Riscos. Just give me a second. Native tools. meant to update this before I went to, oh no, I did update it to 32. Oh, does that mean that I haven't got it in there yet? That's frustrating. LS, Viscos build, install tools. Huh. It's only got 131 in there. RM minus RF, all of that, and then rebuild it. I thought I'd built it beforehand, but I guess I hadn't updated everything and cleaned it to make sure it would actually really build things properly. Yeah, the dangers of demonstrating things live. So I need to update the, so on here we have a languages section that says what languages work and what things I've managed to get working. One of the things is that we haven't got C++ at all in this list yet. However, if this works, I'll be able to demonstrate C++ working. Assuming it works, as I say, because meh. Wow, that really is struggling. I think it must have a lot of context it probably shouldn't have. I may kill it and restart it in a minute. But come on, to get this exported and then I can actually do my demo. Oh, I need to put it into a new directory then. So mcdev4, cd4, Viscos project help. It's not finished yet. Still exporting. So I will get this one pushed, this Docker container pushed up to the Docker Hub shortly, but I literally got the C++ stuff working a couple of days ago. So it's not like it's really been tested that much. Yeah, that looks like it's done it. It's going to do the install now. Building environments, thank you very much. And then, is it in there? It's not put it in there. It should be a C++ command. I guess I just haven't got that working. I wonder if I can pull it out. So if I do /, projects, Viscos, native build tools, Viscos sources, build utils, project, Viscos project.pl. There we go. Right, okay, so we'll just run it directly. Create, type C++ command, name, example, skeleton. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. A. What did I? Oh, I put only a single thing there. Right, and then we can have a look in CC directory, and we can see that is C++ code, and we can build it. Viscos amu build 64 equals 1. Give it a moment or two. Come on, do your thing. Like I say, I've only just got this working, so it's quite possible it'll just fall over in a heap in a second. It's linking. It's done it. Pyro. EF64.example. An example C++ program. Yes, it's probably quite big. 326k for Hello World. Meh. But we have Hello World working. Pretty much. I think I'm done now, aren't I? I think I've done all my bits. So I can get the Pascal working. The Viscos project just isn't working at the moment. I don't know what's gone on with that. I might need to just rebuild things. But otherwise things have gone well. Yeah. Right, thank you very much for watching. It's taken way longer than we normally have, but yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it. You're quite welcome. We'll see you next week. Hopefully, I'm expecting that we will continue with the few bits that we've got missing, and then get 64-bit working. All right, see you all later. Bye.